we are back to Rift Wizard. Yay! So I have not played for an entire week, unfortunately. I really wanted to. I just wanted to play this game so much, and I had some time to do it as well. But having not finished this run, I guess I couldn't reasonably do that. I needed to finish this run on stream, and I wasn't going to stream until this week, so I have been holding off. And hopefully we die today. Just kidding. We're going to try and make it as far as possible and play similarly as last time. Moving, slowly and steadily, thinking every step of the way, just to get further rather than start a lot of runs. We might be able to do that later, maybe if I stream in the future after this particular run. But yeah, so I've been really looking forward to continuing this, that's for sure. I guess I've heard too since last time I streamed. From a bunch of people who were in the chat, and also after I put it on YouTube as well. A bunch of other people have been playing instead of me. People who saw it and liked what they saw, because if you're a fan of Cogmind, I think Rift Wizard will probably be up your alley as well. Oh, hey Tone. Just opened this to see if your stream's tonight. Yes, I did actually change my streaming schedule this week too. I've been updating that, or trying to keep it updated when I more or less know when I'll be streaming. In particular, this week we've got 2 streams. I'm going to be streaming today, Rift Wizard, and tomorrow we are streaming Cogmind. Tomorrow will be... Whoops, a second. Doing something on the desk here. Good job, Ants. Great job, in fact. Tomorrow we'll be playing Cogmind, a new version, a pre-release version of Cogmind. It actually came out a couple days ago, but I've been working on updates, so I decided to postpone today's Cogmind stream so that we can finish up Rift Wizard, or, well, at least advance in Rift Wizard. I can't say what the conclusion will be, but then tomorrow, so I moved back Cogmind so I could finish up adding a few more updates to that. And we'll be playing a new version tomorrow with new features and stuff, so that'll be fun. Oh, I was just looking for the schedule because someone mentioned it last week. Where is that? Yeah, I know. It's not something that apparently a lot of people even know about on Twitch. I didn't even know about it until I don't know, maybe a couple months ago or so. There is a schedule on just if you go to any streamer's page or whatever, there's like a link to a schedule, and it can show you when they plan to stream, the times and days and stuff. And so you can set what games you'll be playing and when you'll be doing that. And you can have it on a recurring basis or one-time only streams, things like that. So, yeah, I've been using that lately. I know a couple people have been looking at it. Not a lot. But, all right, so let's get started here. I guess so we're going to continue our game. Continue game. One of the cool things, I guess, about Rift Wizard is too, it's also pretty easy to catch up with where you were, because the actual playing of a level itself goes pretty quickly, so you're probably not going to be stopping in the middle of that, or a lot less likely to be. And you just kind of get a handle on the few, your handful of spells and items, and not a whole lot else, right? Pretty easy to jump back into. Oh, you see it now, Town? Yeah. It's actually not too hard to find once you know it's there, but it's not something people were looking for. And I don't know when they added that feature. It hasn't been there forever. But, all right. But we do have... I remember at the end of the last stream, we were spending time already planning. I couldn't stop myself because it's so much fun, but already planning on where to go next and what to do. We do so our Death Bolt is our main spell here. Let's do a little recap, of course. Death Bolt is our main spell, which is increasing damage every time we kill stuff, so it's pretty good. That's been doing a lot of... That's our main workhorse there. It's really good for raising skeletons of high HP enemies, and we've upgraded it a fair amount. I also have to remember all the buttons. So if we want to go to skills is K, right, and S is spells. So we can go into here and check this. Oh yeah, we have SP3 to use as well. All right, so yeah, welcome everybody, Crimson Guy, Little Nog. We didn't actually decide exactly what to do with our 3 SP yet. So let's see, there's Death Bolt, which we've already... I'm not sure if we're going to learn the spell. Where's the upgrade again? trying to get to the upgrade list. Wait, how do I do that again? Learn spell. Upgrades are over there. I don't remember anything. It's when I only play one day and then not play for a week. No, I'm not trying to learn the spell. Hey, Johnson. Morning. Alright, so anyway, here, recap real quick to remember what we can do as well. Alright, yeah, so there's the alt and control to show line of sight, threatened tiles. Was moving around mostly with numpad and using the mouse, even though you can use the keyboard for all the look commands and stuff, but I was using the mouse just because also that everyone can see what's going on more clearly as well. Character sheet learn spells. That's right, A for auto pick up all the loot. Oh, look at that. Shift up down arrow on character sheet. Change selected spell hotkey. Ah, so you could reorder your spells if you need to as well. That's something I hadn't noticed last time. I for interact. Open. Wait, enter portal open shop. There's shops too in this game? What do we do with a shop? Is there like... I didn't even notice there's money or something. Are we earning money? Okay, anyway. Anyway, so what else do we have here? We have 3 mana potions. So we're doing really good on mana potions. That's kind of been the focus of what we were doing strategy-wise, is I was going to make sure I didn't run out of mana. So I've been trying to go to realms that have a resupply of mana potions. And that, we're going to need to use one soon because we're about to run out. But, you know, you need to make the most of your mana. So we want to use up pretty much everything we can before chugging another one. Oh, for shrines or spell circles? Yeah, actually, yeah, that could be the case, but we don't need it for circles. Circles you can just use by automatically standing on it and getting the thing, and it lowers all the costs. But I don't know. I mean, it says shop, which sounds like more of a shop. But anyway, how do you upgrade? I completely forgot how to upgrade stuff. Because I wanted to just go to the Deathbolt upgrade list. I can do it from the character sheet, I guess. I mean, I guess you can do it here, right? Characters, there it is, upgrade Deathbolt. I thought I could get it from the spell list, but apparently maybe not. Alright, so yeah, this is what we've been relying on mostly to do a lot of good. Soul Battery, we got minion damage, which is very helpful, so that our skeleton tanks also can actually deal some damage now, because it used to be pretty low. Withering. Yeah, these other ones, this is not going to be super useful, and I don't think we really are going to need this. This might be something to add much later if we find some certain types of enemies that are problematic, but I can't imagine using that. We've also got Ghost Ball. Ghost Ball deals 11 dark damage. Summon ghosts at empty tiles in the radius. The ghosts have physical resist. They're immune to physical damage. And they passively blink around. Melee attack deals 1 dark damage. Vanish after 14 turns. And we have not upgraded this at all. We were thinking about going for one of these things because it's kind of cool, right? Ghost King, Ghost Mask, even though we're not sure what they do. But increasing radius could be quite useful. A whole lot of ghosts. And we've got Death Shock here, which is our newest addition. And that does 17 lightning and 17 dark. And if the target is slain, it bounces to a random enemy. Line of sight up to 4 tiles away. It can hit up to 3 targets. So it's pretty good against a bunch of weak enemies. And so what we can do with this, we can increase the damage by 7. It's currently 17. So I assume that would be plus 7 for each of the 17s there. So it'd be 24, 24. That could be really useful, I imagine. Also, the range gains 5 range. Right now it's 4, was it? Which is a pretty important thing to remember when we're using it in battle. The exact range kind of depends on who you want to, or that'll affect who you want to attack. And infinite cascades is pretty cool. I saw a Tone sent me. Tone is in the chat now. Sent me a video of or a clip of one of his plays where he had infinite cascades, and it just was obliterating an entire map. Like it was pretty powerful. Of also using death shock, so that's cool. Lots of dark damage today. I wonder how many lightning and dark resist enemies. Wait, I mean, we're playing a dark build pretty much. I mean, all of our stuff here is we're going with dark. Helps to focus on that. But yeah, this infinite cascades and cascade range, these seem like really awesome to have. But so we currently have 3 SP. So there's 2 options here. Obviously, the main options are: do you upgrade something you have? Well, there's 3 options. Do you upgrade something you have? Do you wait and save it up for later? Or do we get a whole new spell? Or a skill even, to save up for a skill. In fact, wait, aren't we standing on a... isn't there... Oh, we're standing on a lightning circle right now. Right. So this was kind of an idea. Did we... Wait, no, we're in a rift. Never mind. Where's the circle? This is an ice circle. If we want to get an ice spell for cheaper, we can get that on this turn. Right, we're not on a lightning circle. That's in the next map. This is a rift. So one option is we could try and go for an ice. Let's see, spell. Is there any ice spell like, oh, that's right. This is, I think we were looking at these last time. Yeah, we looked at these last time because I was really interested in what we might be able to get for cheaper as an ice spell here. So we've already gone through all these. Like Wall of Ice is pretty interesting. A line of ice elementals with a length of 3 tiles. It's basically powerful ice elementals who just attack everything they get near. Kind of a defensive spell. Only 4 charges though. Probably quite powerful overall though. And there's also, these are also would be cheaper. Again, you can't reduce a 1 SP spell to 0 though. So it's not efficient to do that here. What does this do? And 1 tile around it. I wonder in this game how efficient or effective it is to go from more spells with fewer upgrades as opposed to fewer spells with more upgrades. It seems like upgrades are probably going to become pretty important later as opposed to having lots of weaker spells. But you know, the advantage of having more spells is just that your mana potions regenerate them to full each time, so you get to use them more. But I don't know, the enemies, there's just it seems like there can be so many overwhelming and powerful enemies, and the emphasis seems to be ideally on killing everything as fast as possible, because otherwise you end up dealing with a lot more enemies, and mana is limited. Mana is a limited resource. You don't regain more by killing more enemies or anything, or waiting longer. It just comes from mana potions. So, did you got Death Chill? This would be a good place as any to get it. Death Chill, Ice, Death Enchantment. This one, Death Chill. 11 dark damage to the target each turn for 5 turns. If the target dies, deals 11 ice damage and inflicts frozen for 5 turns on all enemies within a 3 tiles radius. That's pretty big. Wow. Frozen for 5 turns. So it freezes them all. They can't act unfreezing. So it freezes everything, which is great. It doesn't actually deal more damage to anything else, though. Oh, no, never mind. It deals 11 damage to them as well. It seems... if the target dies during this time. So technically, you could even use this in combination with Deathbolt and freeze everything around it. So you could do a Death Chill, Deathbolt combo, it seems. That makes sense. If the target dies during this time, you just have to... Death Chill. There's 12 charges. So this is a way to freeze and damage a whole bunch of enemies in an area. Vector says it might be a terrible idea. Well, one thing that I think makes this a good idea is, remember, we can get it for cheaper. It would only cost us 2 SP to get this here. So we're going with the ice circle thing. I mean, if there wasn't an ice circle, yeah, I'd be less inclined to do this. I kind of like the idea simply because we can get it for cheaper. We'd still have 1 SP left, and then we could save that 1 for next turn. For the next map. But you can get a cheap lightning spell later. Well, it depends on where we're going, which we haven't decided yet. All right, so we caught up on this more or less. We've got the 3 SP to spend. Oh, if you use the lightning circle as death shock upgrades. Oh, that's true. Let's check out where we're going because you're right. If we did that, we could upgrade this big time. I guess part of the problem is this has lower charges, but it'd be really powerful upgraded. Um, and if you're going into a place with a circle and you have extra SP going in and pick up the local SP, that could be really effective. All right, so again, I got to decide where to go. Here. I think we ended up saying we were going to have to go here. Yeah, because this one was just crazy level, and this here. This was the level that we were talking about. Where we're basically already thinking about where to spawn in this level. So you're right. We are going to head into a place with a lightning circle. Spell upgrades. So how do we deal with these guys? We've got, that's right. These things seem very scary. So they're immobile, which is nice, but they're also blinking all over the place. On death, deals 7 damage to all tiles in a radius of 1. So that's only if they're right next to you. Not terrible for us. I'm mainly teasing you don't die from analysis paralysis because of me. Well, we're not going to die from it, but we have indeed spent a lot of time planning. It's true. Alright, what else is in here? What is this? Oh, teleporter. Teleport anywhere on the map once. And also physical shield. Increase physical resistance by 100% for 25 turns. That's pretty cool. We have an arcane shield. Golden stopwatch. Portal key. And we still have our original teleporter. And healing potion. Haven't used any healing potion yet. We're down to half HP. Haven't really taken a whole lot of damage ourselves yet. Alright, so what do these guys do? These guys have a fireball, 8 fire damage, 7 range, 2 radius. That's pretty powerful, actually. Orc Pyromancer. Alright, so wait. So I was thinking about these guys. 17. We have, alright, so our death shock can actually, death shock can take out a whole bunch of these guys. That's part of the reason I remember I was saying last time. I wanted to drop in up here and immediately shock these groups around us here. Using our death shock, it would kill a bunch of this whole big group up here. The problem is the 2 of the spawners are down here, which makes me want to spawn down here and destroy them quickly. Otherwise, it's just going to keep spitting out more, which is go all over the place. But then there's these guys, 7 range. We can kill these guys pretty quick. What's our death bolt range? Our death bolt range is 9, was it? No, what was it? A range of 8. Our death bolt on our range is 8, which is just barely longer than these guys. Vector says I often drop right on the circle to get the upgrade bonus at the start of the level. How viable is that? That's not too bad. The problem is then we just lose the ability to zap all these guys at once. And we'd get 1 upgrade. It's true. If we could decide on what upgrade it is and it's a good one. The thing is, our Death Shot can't get past the Pyromancer. So we wouldn't be able to use it if we drop down here. Let me think here. 'Cause down here, otherwise, it's pretty decent because we can kind of edge our way over this way to go for those 2 spawners while killing things coming from the north, which isn't bad. How many spawners are there? There's the 3rd one. I was going to say there's got to be more than 2. There's a 3rd spawner up here as well, but I prefer to get to the most clustered spawners as quickly as possible. Oh, fuzzing on the Death Shock details. Yeah, Death Shock means they have to have below 17 or below HP. So this guy, we can't shock through these Pyromancers. Wouldn't work. We'd have to use. What is the range on these guys? 5 range on these guys. We could. I mean, it still would work though to drop. Well, actually, also we get fireballed immediately. If we drop here, we also get fireballed immediately. They don't do a ton of damage. I mean, it's physical damage is they do 8 fire damage. So yeah, if we drop in here, we'd start getting hit by fireballs. Probably 1 or 2 fireballs right away. Well, actually, we get the first turn. So when I was going to say I could drop some, we could use Ghost Ball, but that wouldn't really help because these guys, it's a pretty big radius. It's a lot of damage. These guys are pretty anti-summon. I'd like to deal with them mostly on my own. These guys have a range of 5, so we would have to drop in. Wait, what's the other guys? Oh, this guy. Okay, this is the other one, the steel one. I got to pay more attention to this one. This one has 50% resist dark and 21 HP and 100% resist lightning. So actually, we can't zap through these guys either. I have to use the death bolt to kill them. Oh, that's right. They increase the damage of an allied unit by 3. 3-turn cooldown. I mean, that's like, that could be really nasty. I forgot about that. All right, so they have, it's only melee attacks, but I think I just want to jump in up here and kill as much stuff as quickly as possible. Zap this group down here, and then hit this guy with a. Hey, Jack 9, welcome to the stream. All right, gonna try this. Metallic enemies are the worst. Yeah, actually metallic. Luckily, even with 50% resist dark, we can still kill him with a death bolt. Assuming it doesn't blink away immediately. Deals 7 dark damage to all tiles in a radius of 1. Let's see. Alright. I'm going to try this. Hope we don't die immediately. Yeah, we'll be good. Alright, I'm going to drop in just up here within range to take these things out. And then start, yeah, just clear out this north area. Soul Battery is amazing. This guy's range. That's his range. We need to stay out of his range and his range long enough to attack everything else. That puts us about up here is where I want to be. It's going to get kind of close. This map somehow reminds me of ZDC. It does. It is. This is a ZDC map. You're coming from the caves in the east, and then there's a big open area with lots of enemies here. Yeah. Quite true. All right, I'm worried about these guys, pyromancers. They're going to come up really quick, and I have to kill them one after another repeatedly. Actually, wait a minute. These guys. So these guys, if they fire their fireballs, like, they're also, those fireballs are going to hit allies and other stuff too, right? I assume. They will also damage other things that are nearby. That's something to remember as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. I just need to be within range of this guy. So I could put myself all the way up here. And the assembler spawner there on the left wall. You're right. Yeah, the map gen in Rift Wizard seems pretty cool. I like it. All right, we're going to drop right here, I think. Let me check these guys again just to make sure. It should be enough time to take care of most things before things get really hairy. Except I wasn't paying attention to this guy. He should be blocked. He should, yeah, he's not going to have LOS with us, so that's fine. And from here, we should be able to hit this guy. We have a range of 8. We need the Cogmind ruler here to be able to be 100% sure. What's the range it uses? Well, I can check this guy. This guy's range is 7. All right, so we should be able to hit from here. Okay. We're going to drop in, and I'm not going to use my mana potion yet. We're going to need that soon, though. All right, I like how we get the first turn. That's crucial. And this guy should be able to hit that guy, right? Wish I could tell. Yeah, it's got. There we go. wonder how often these guys use their ability. Oh, they start with the cooldown active or what? Or did they use it? Is that what that means? Wait, what is this? 17? Oh, 9. Nope, they're getting more powerful already, so they did use their stuff. Alright, gotcha. It's got 2 more turns before this guy's in range. 2 turns before this guy's in range. Shoot. He's gonna get pretty close. I'm gonna start death bolting guys. What is his range? His range is 7. So how does he hit right next to us? We have a range of 8. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is get rid of these guys. Then start dealing with running away from everything else. Can't hit that guy now. Can these guys actually hit? Will these... What is that range? Wait a minute. What is it? That's, what's this range on this guy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, okay, the range on this is actually including their complete radius. Now, does that mean that they will fire at me? I don't actually know how enemies use area of effect spells. Does that mean that this enemy will fire on me? He'll use a fireball on me not to hit me directly. If so, then their effective range is technically 9, which is surprising. Okay, Vecta says they will fire at you. Okay, I did not know that. That is actually a crucial piece of very important information I did not know. They also shoot you around corners. Wow. Okay, so AoE enemies are even more dangerous than I thought. I thought he would try to hit me directly as they're part of their range. So technically his range is 9. They outrange us. That actually changes the calculations. I did not know that. If they can outrange us. Yeah, these guys are pretty nasty. Shoot, that changes things. I can't even hit these guys before they can hit me with Death Bolt. Ouch. That's gonna hurt. Especially with these guys buffing them. Oh my god, they're gonna these guys are gonna be really annoying. At least they're not. There's no one spawning them, but this could be a big problem. Actually. Yeah, pyromancers do suck. Alright, how much damage? This guy's still 8 damage. This guy's already 12. This guy's 12. We got 3 12 damage guys over here. 4. They're all getting increased damage. Alright, we're gonna get hit. Shoot by all these guys. I can't even get away from them fast enough. I might have to teleport. I didn't realize that. I thought they would have to hit me directly, in which case I would have had an extra 2 turns here to prepare by finishing off the last of these spells, or a couple more spells, chugging a mana potion and killing everything. And I also thought I outranged them, but I do not. And we have no way to increase the range on Death Bolt. I guess that's one of its drawbacks. Well, its 8 is pretty decent, though. Too bad we don't have a fire shield right now. We have an arcane shield and there's a physical shield nearby. Yeah, you can figure it out with... That's what I did a second ago, Vectus. I figured it out by hovering it over them with Alt. But I didn't actually count the direct range earlier. I was looking at the diagonal range. Because I was diagonal to them. But yeah, technically you can see that. I mean, that's how I figured it out a second ago. I mean, she'll take 24 damage. No, I'll kill one of them, and we'll take Oh wait, this guy's still only doing 8 damage? Oh, that's the one doing 12 also. Okay, yeah. So we'll take 20 damage if I kill one of these guys. I can't even kill him though. He's out of range. Is any of these guys in range? This guy's in range. I can kill him to eat the damage from these two. The problem is, where does that go from there? I'm wondering if it's worth... No, I don't actually know who they'll attack either. Like, are they aggroed against me? Or if I throw a ghost ball out here, like if I ghost ball this guy out here in the middle and spawn a bunch of ghosts, will they start to shoot fireballs at the ghosts? Obviously, it looks like only one fireball would probably just kill everything anyway, but... There's two. We're in Realm 7 right now, actually, Vectus. Yeah, fireballs would hurt their friends, presumably. Obviously, they won't do much damage to other pyromancers, but I don't really care about the goat things at the moment. They've now become a secondary concern. These pyromancers are a heck of a lot more scary. Okay, I'm trying to find a way to get out of this. Yeah, friendly fire. They'll definitely do friendly fire, though, but I'm not really caring about that quite right now. It's 26. We could just, if I shoot this guy, we'll eat 20 damage, and then maybe I'll just kill him with Death Bolt. What's this? And take the damage. This guy's got 2 more turns. I'm gonna keep eating damage though. We got 2 more Death Bolts before we run out. This might work. Yeah, I think we're just gonna eat the damage because we can heal up to full with this anyway. Although it's our last only one. I've never actually used one before, but all right, we're gonna kill this guy with Death Bolt. Teleporting away might be another option, but at the same time, again, we can't outrange these guys, so we're gonna eat some damage probably eventually anyway. So might as well do it right now when we have the first strike advantage. This guy's gonna die. Oh, that's right. You know what I completely forgot about? Okay, I completely forgot that once we kill him, he's gonna turn into a skeleton, and they might attack him. Okay, sure. So we only took 8 damage. And it turns out that even though this... Alright, so that's another question I had a second ago, is the aggro question. This guy was headed for us, but now he's attacking the skeleton because the skeleton's closer. So, yay. Got a 16 fire damage now. Sheesh. This guy's obviously going to die very quickly now. But that's okay. Death Bolt. Oh shoot, he's out of range. I was really hoping to Death Bolt this guy next. Ah, he's 1 out of range. Damn, this guy's pretty powerful too. 16 fire damage, man. It's gonna hurt. I can't hit this guy. What can we do? 11 dark damage. You could do... What happens if I drop a ghost ball right on top of this guy? He'll take 11 damage, and he's 50% resist fire. Ghosts will all die immediately to a single fireball, though. So that'll probably be pretty useless to try and use Ghost Ball on this guy. Obviously, there's the other option is using Golden Stopwatch. And a Golden Stopwatch would allow us to kill all these guys. By basically, yeah, it would be enough turns to move south a bit, use a potion. It might not be enough to get all the way to the bottom, actually, but it's a pretty good, obviously can be a pretty good item. I like to hoard items, but, you know, hoarding generally leads to death, right? I wonder how the stopwatch shows. So it could either eat it with the healing potion or with the stopwatch. I think the stopwatch is probably the better option here. What's everyone else think? I don't know how much that'll come in handy later. Oh, there it is. You can see the status effects at the bottom. That's one of the things. Blood Rage 2, Blood Rage 5. Blood Rage 2. Wait, Blood Rage 2, Blood Rage 5. Why the 2 and the 5? Is that on a cooldown? Because last time, Vectus, you said it was permanent. I wonder why the numbers say 2 and 5. Because this does not... This gives a damage increase. You were wrong. Vectus says I was wrong. You were wrong. Yeah, that status effects in the number there, that looks like a timer. Hey, Chris, how much? Oh, okay. Now Vectus says it's not permanent. All right. Okay. That's somewhat more relieving. At the same time, these guys are still all over. It's not really going to change the strategy here, but it is nice to know that it's not permanent, because a permanent and just these guys keep spawning, that would be insane. That makes it a lot better overall, I think, situation. I was hoping you'd forget. Oh, I remember, because that was scary. All right, I think I'm going to use the stopwatch and use that opportunity to kill these guys, or as many as I can. Stopwatch it is. We're going to only have one death bolt though, so I'm going to have to use a stopwatch, then also mana potion. Alright, we are currently in range of them, so. And death bolt is 1 out of range for both of these guys, so we're going to kill at least 2 of them, and then move towards the others. Because Roddy always remembers. The important things. I remember the important things. Alright, here goes. Let's try a stopwatch here. Stun each enemy unit. Alright, let's use my keyboard here. Oh, wait, what? Huh. Anyway. This is, Alt. Oh, wait, isn't it Alt 4? Oh, I have to click on myself. I forgot. I forgot when you use items like this, you have to actually also click on yourself to use them. You can't just use the thing over here, which makes sense. I like that. I think it's a good safe mechanic. You wouldn't want to accidentally like click on this a couple times and use it. Having to click on yourself is a good failsafe for that. Okay. Is there no timer? Or is it under the stun? There it is. Status effects. Oh, it actually only really means 9 turns. I guess, because you use a turn, the first turn doesn't count. Anyway, everything is stunned except for our friend here who's gonna go over here and kill that maybe. What's he do? 14 damage. Alright, so now we can use Death Bolt after we move south 1 space. Oh, our allies moved in turn 1 of 10? Ah, okay. You're right, our allies moved. Death Bolt. Alright, so we can use... Ideally, let's use the Death Bolt on this guy, and so he can go attack this guy, I guess. If I use it on him, it'll attack him. It depends on which one we want to kill. Now, in a second... Oh, actually, wait a minute. Ghost Ball. Alright, now go... I was going to use the mana potion and get this guy first, but he's got some more stun time, so I think it makes more sense to use our Ghost Balls up as quickly as possible. So if you're an ally build, it's effectively 10. How many builds in this game are not ally builds? I mean, it seems like it would be really hard to play without allies, but I don't know. I mean, there's so many possible builds. It seems it'd be pretty cool to play a non-ally build if you can be good enough to do that. I like the idea of it, but I don't know. Your own HP seems like a very limited pool, you know. Many builds aren't ally builds, says Vectus. I mean, your own HP, though, is so limited compared to having allies to be able to tank for you. I mean, you can't get HP back all that easily. But I guess there's also healing spells and stuff I haven't looked into and other ways to do that. Draining life and all kinds of things. Oh, man. So much stuff I want to explore. All right, so anyway, what's the range on Ghost Ball? 5. Okay. The range on Ghost Ball is only 5. I was hoping it might be a little longer and I could drop Ghost Ball down there, but... Alright, this guy has stunned 7. Yeah, exactly, Jack 9. It does seem quite complicated to play without any allies. They just afford so many benefits. You'd have to be really powerful, or probably better to play with that one, but I don't know. I mean, there seems also there's a lot of different kinds of ally builds as well. So I'm thinking of dropping some ghosts down here just to kind of get rid of use up our other charges and get some ghosts flying around, because if I do it now, they'll have enough time to move over and attack things. Actually, they don't really do much damage anyway, though. It's more about the direct damage. So this almost seems kind of pointless. The alternative then is I have to use the mana potion now. But then I lose some of my charges here. Could use it to attack this guy for the hell of it. Can't do any of the dark damage directly, though. 4 HP fly. They only deal 1 dark damage. No, sweet. Orc killed that other guy. This guy's still stunned for 3 turns. He's gonna die. Nice. Perfect. Alright. So it wasted only wasted 2 ghost balls there before using a mana potion. Turns out that they're effective enough to take everything else out. How are these guys dealing so much damage? This guy's only got 3 HP left. Alright, so anyway, we gotta deal with... Oh, cool. Next spawn 4 turns. This guy is gonna do a pretty good number on that. He can take that out pretty much on his own. Deathbolt range. We're not actually gonna make it in time. I was hoping maybe to get this Pyromancer as well. That would probably be pretty effective. I think I'm worried more about this guy. I was wondering if it might make sense to wait around here for him to come out and get him. Deathbolt is saucy anti-spawner damage. It is. It can immediately take out any spawner, which is great. That's gonna get taken out. So I guess we have to head south now. This guy's stunned for 3 more turns. They got 3 more turns of stun. Wait, this guy too. Can I? I was hoping. What if I cast that there? It's not gonna be enough turns. I'm gonna say cast a ghost ball here and get some ghosts to fly in after that guy, but it's not really gonna be effective. Is that one a portal disruptor? Ah, another one. Nice. That helped out earlier. So I guess I'm going to run away from this Pyromancer and head south to get these spawners first. Deal with him later. Yep, here comes their friend up there. Wondering whether I should use a death bolt to destroy this thing. I like how they buff the spawners. Oh, what? How did he buff the spawners? Every 7 to 10 turns next turn. Oh, they did. Oh, you're right. I mean, there's just status effects on it, but it doesn't actually do anything. They're considered friendlies. You're right. They're buffed, but it doesn't do anything for them. Funny. All right. Angry spawners. Anyway, the 2 options here. One is to take this out myself. I guess I'm just going to do that. The other would be to get our friends to do it, but... I don't want to step next to this guy. One more Pyromancer. Very annoying, these guys. They are tough to take out. It seems like this, I don't know, they can fire around corners. It seems like it's almost impossible to not get hit by these guys by the way they fight. Right, I can't even get into here without taking this guy out unless I want to get hit. Wanted to get into where that other spawner is. Here comes our friend. What I want to do is, I guess, let our skeletons get hit first. Well, I don't know. I kind of like the skeletons for clearing. As long as we have one skeleton left, I like the skeletons for clearing out the remaining gauchos that are going to be out here. Alright, we're now in range to get hit. He's one out of our range. Shoot, he's going to hit them then. Yeah. If I move out of range, he'll attack them, and I won't be able to hit him. Screw it. Okay, I took a chance and moved one northeast, and he attacked the other guy. So now he's a skeleton. Yeah, decided to just face tank him there, but fortunately that actually didn't work out in my favor, waiting for the skeletons first, because they got close enough that he decided to attack them instead of me. I guess that's always kind of a risk. You're not sure who they're going to attack. Alright, now I think the rest of this is going to be skeletons. Maybe. Can you guys manage this? Oh shoot, they're going to buff each other too. Oh, everyone's dead. I have to deal with the rest of them. 3 left. I guess it'll be 3 death shocks. Death bolt, I mean, not shocks. There he is. Welcome. Oh, he's only got 3 left. Could hit him with a ball, but never mind. I'm gonna go with that. Never mind, because yeah, now our death bolt does 62 dark damage. Although actually, no, that didn't work on them because they're metallic. They weren't living, so we couldn't. That's why we couldn't turn them into. All right, we're done. Wait, damage to enemies 4 unnamed buff. I don't know what that means. Spell is cast. I wonder if this, if you can see all your final stats at the very end as well. Nice bug. Yeah, that looks like a bug. What for? Unnamed buff. Damage to enemies. Huh. All right. Excellent. I guess the autocollect could use. If the autocollect wants to be as fast as possible, I guess it could use some improvements, but maybe that wasn't the goal. Maybe the goal is to just go for random items, even though there's lots of closer ones. That took a lot longer than it needed to. Okay, we now have 6 SP. 6 SP, which means we can go to our character sheet, check out Death Shock upgrades, and get every single one. That's probably pretty wicked, eh? Increased damage from the Death Shock, more range, and infinite cascades. That sounds pretty powerful. I mean, what else are we going to do with 6 SP? Actually, okay, I'm going to look really quick at the spell list. the lightning spell list here. 6. We can get Word of Beauty as a lightning spell. 1 charge. Heal yourself and all living units fully. Deal 25 lightning damage to demon and undead units. Stun all arcane units for 7 turns. I mean, it's powerful, but wow, you get 1 charge for that. Yeah, I think the upgrades are really great circle value. Beautify Me. Heaven's Wrath is 22 lightning damage and 22 holy damage to 3 units with the highest current HP. Huh. Interesting. Doesn't seem amazing, but I like the fact that it's literally like anywhere on the map. That's kind of a neat thing, which we saw last time as well with some spells. Idol? Heavenly Idol. Stationary. Is this temporary? Yeah, I figured. Looking at down at the bottom, it's temporary. Passive aura affects all units line of sight. Affected allies are healed for 1 HP. Affected enemies take 1 holy damage, 1 idle lightning damage, and 2 shields, Okay, that's interesting anyway. Ball of lightning. I'm not really going to get any of these, I'm just curious. Use the opportunity to see what kinds of things are within our grasp and can be obtained more cheaply, especially Word of Beauty. I mean, things that normally cost 7 require 3 maps to get. Summon a lightning orb next to the caster. Each turn, the orb fires 3 beams of electricity at random enemies in line of sight. The beams deal 6 lightning damage. Okay, so 3 beams of 6 lightning damage. Has no will. It will float 1 tile towards the target. The orb can be destroyed by lightning damage. Wait a minute. Does this thing... How is this get destroyed? It doesn't have HP. It doesn't have a duration either. It can be destroyed by lightning damage. I guess the idea... Wait, random enemy units. Is this thing just kind of like a weak... like tons of lightning damage? Kizrati's Vector says Kizrati filter skills by the Word School. Amazing. Ah, yes, the Word School is a school. Yeah. Word. I was looking at that when we first dropped in. I like the fact that there was an I skill, or I mean I school, and Word School. There's some. It's interesting seeing some of the other options, and Dragon, which I guess immediately makes you think there's got to be a lot of dragon-related spells. I've seen a couple, but what do you mean? Oh, really? Vector says his first win was with the I School. A ball lightning seems pretty good. Anyway, I'm not going to get it, but the Word skill is nuts. It's a level 5 skill. Last word. Whenever you finish a level, gain a charge of each of your word spells. Oh, man. That's pretty cool. I also like the name. The names in this game are also really cool. Wow, that's pretty cool. I mean, but that's also seems very hard to have a lot of word spells. Yeah, I like last word though. All right. So yeah, we're pretty clearly, I think, here going with upgrading our Death Shock to make it like super Death Shock. We're gonna upgrade everything here. We've got. Let me make sure. Yes, we have 6 SP, and we can upgrade everything. Death Shock is gonna have no remaining upgrades because we're getting every single one. We can now cascade infinitely, deal 24 damage each. Apparently, yes, it's 24. And the range is now 5. Basically, if there's a lot of weak enemies around, they're all gonna die. Unless, of course, they're resistant to, in which case, we're gonna use something else. All right, back down to 0 SP, but that was nice. Okay, so time to look forward to this. What we've got here. There's an enchantment circle, 1 mana potion. We currently have. Oh, we picked up another mana potion here, so we have 3 mana potions. Yeah, cascade range increases by 5. Yeah, I remember Chrysanthemum, which is 9 now. Icy Shrine. Alright, so there's Enchantment Circle, Icy Shrine as well. Oh, enhances Ice Spell, plus 40. Man, shrines could be pretty cool. I guess we saw that earlier when there was one that we ended up not being able to get. This isn't going to be helpful for us because we do not have any ice stuff, but there's 2 mana potions in here. I like mana potions. This is 1 mana potion and a teleporter. We currently have 2 teleporters, and I haven't used any so far. I can see them becoming really useful later, but I'm always up for going for mana potions. But either way, sometimes where we go, obviously it depends on what the enemies are, whether or not we can face them. Like this also looks like a harder map. Troublers, I remember, are very annoying. Plus, there's just several different kinds. Also, there's a bone wizard in here. What is that? Fire drake. Also, there's troublers in here. So, anyway, we're gonna go check out what's in these. Boom. What do those troublers do again? They do. That's right. 1 shield, 1 HP. Teleports victims randomly. That's right. They teleport victims and they have 10 range. Like, if they have to blink next to you to have any hope of killing them. Kind of. You can't like just gotta avoid them. It just teleports you all over the place. I don't even have anything with enough range to kill these guys. I could kill them indirectly though with Death Shock, because we can chain. But the problem is facing a troubler in this kind of terrain. It's not open terrain. This kind of terrain actually works against us with Death Shock. With Death Shock, you want open areas. What are the rest of the Lightning Talons? This is a Thunderbird. 22 HP, 1 shield. Lightning Dive. 5 lightning damage, 5 range. 3 turn cooldown. Mostly resist lightning. But they couldn't resist the dark damage from the Death Shock, so it would still get these guys. But again, Death Shock's going to be really hard to use on this map. Fiery Tormentor. Heals Soul Suck. Heals caster for damage dealt. It's only 2 damage, 2 range, but... Fiery Torment. 7 fire damage, 4 radius. 5 turn cooldown. I see. So it's a burst around the caster. It doesn't have a range of its own. At least there's that. These guys don't seem all that bad unless you're trying to swarm them with allies, in which case they're bad. And this map spawns 2 different kinds of enemies. Troublers and Blizzard Beasts. Blizzard Beasts, we fought them before. They're pretty cool to have as allies. Just because they have a decent amount of HP. Troublers are nutso. They look so funny though. They make good Discord emoji. Yeah, these things do seem pretty weird. I mean, I guess they're not. They basically cause a lot of chaos. Plus, that shield is especially annoying. I mean, technically, that means if I'm going to deal with these guys myself, I have to use 2 death bolts for each one. Anyway, this seems like a pretty tough one. Oh yeah, what's this guy? Bone Wizard. He's got a shield on 54 hit points. Nightmare Aura. 7 radius. 16 turn cooldown. Wow. Pretty big radius. Just constantly dealing arcane damage. Bone Swap. Swap places with undead units. 18 turn cooldown. Assemble Bone Knight. Summons a Bone Knight. Wow. That's pretty cool. Or 1 Death Shock since it deals 2 different damage instances. Oh, is that how that would work too, I guess? With enemies with a shield and we hit them with the Death Shock, the first one takes down their shield and the second one kills them? That's actually pretty cool then. I guess split damage spells have that advantage against shielded enemies. So, in which case, taking out... Yeah. Well, again, our Death Shock has only 9 charges though. So, it's kind of limited. That's how it works with Icicle as well. Yeah, I guess you said you were playing. You got the game also, Jack 9, and started playing, and had to force yourself to stop. You were playing with it. So, have you played some interesting builds so far? What else does this guy do? This guy is 100% resist dark. Wow, that makes it rather hard for me to kill him. I can only use their lightning, Death Shock, and allies. Oh, you're mostly trying random stuff, Jack 9, and Wolf, of course. Yeah, that's what I. If I was playing myself, I wouldn't be playing this slowly and meticulously. I'd just be trying random stuff for a while. Um, Decided we'll use the stream to think through it and get further though. But yeah, it is. It's a really good game. I guess probably pretty niche in terms of the audience though. I don't know. It doesn't seem to have really blown up at all on Steam, but it's certainly popular enough. I mean, dev's doing pretty well, I think. The ultimate strategy game. Okay, so anyway, this Bone Wizard guy, he's super resistant. Wow. Minus 100% resist. Holy. Anyway, raises. Whoa, what? Oh, this guy has a Dark Bolt. 7 dark damage, 6 range. Ranges slain targets as skeletons. This guy seems really nasty. Wow. Bone Wizard. Okay, yeah. That guy seems kind of fun, actually, to face off against him. He's like our twin. Okay, anyway. That's that one. Let's see about the other one here. Oh, look, it's wait a minute. Is this open space we can shoot across? I'm assuming that's open space we can shoot across. Which is interesting as well. More interesting, different kinds of map gen going here. All right, so this map, what is this thing here? We've got a Fire Drake, 38, 9 fire damage, 7 range. Breathes a cone of fire, dealing 9 damage. Cone, but it's a cone though. I haven't seen cones actually yet. How cones work. We haven't used one ourselves either. Resist fire. So these guys are easy to kill with Death Bolt. Oh, yeah. Jack9 says it is open area. It's especially cool when you forget that enemies can fly and they surround you really fast. Yeah, there's a bunch of flying enemies here. Oh, actually, these guys don't fly. Wait, what? Ravens don't fly? Oh, never mind. It's marked at the bottom. I was looking at the top list. They do fly. Yes, right. These guys all fly. Troublers? What do they do? They're immobile. They're flying, but they're also immobile. Anyway. All right. So this actually seems like a more reasonable level. Applies. Wait a minute. Peck. Applies blind for 3 turns. First of all, that's a really cool ability. Peck. They like pecking your eyes. They're 50% resist dark, which is not too important. Oh, really? Baggy Pants Man says, underestimating flying enemies is how I lost my first run. Alright, and what do the spawners do here? We got a spawner up here for troublers, which are annoying. These guys, I can see how troublers could be a big problem here. Messing with your plans and all. These guys can shoot out. Oh, wow. I mean, they're immobile, though, so we can start out of view. Also, that's right, we have Cascade now. Infinite Cascades will friggin' annihilate. We can take out the Fire Drakes and then cascade through all the Ravens. This should work this level should be easy for us, actually. We got Raven Gates. 3 of them. 3 Raven Gates, 2 Troubler Gates. So it looks like we're going to drop in Death Bolt, the Fire Drakes, and then start Death Shocking the Ravens. And the Troublers and the Spawners. That's true. That's another thing to remember is that the Death Shock will go to the gates as well. Which will stop the shock. So that's less good. Be wary of that. Okay, so now I'm pretty much decided we want to come here. Makes sense, because it's a lot easier than the other place for specifically our build. Well, where do these lead, I guess? Living Scroll of something. Healing potion, mana potion. Idol of the Weak. All right. So Sandwich says like you could open in the southwest with a Death Shock to the southernmost Raven, and possibly delete the southern half of the map with one spell. No, remember our Death Shock can't get through the gate. We won't be able to take out the gate, which means it's going to stop our shock. But yeah, I was thinking of spawning down here somewhere. I think that makes the most sense. We want to spawn in the open. We want to spawn where we can hit a lot of guys at once. We want to death bolt the Drake. Because we actually, wait a minute. Can Death Shock take out a great Drake? It counts as 24-24. Actually, you know what? I guess we can Death Shock Drakes. Yeah, the Trebler Gates do have more. I mean, oh, that's right. The Raven Gates. Technically, we can get through Raven Gates. Huh. I didn't realize that. I guess that would mean spawning down here and trying to zap through everything from this direction might work, actually. Our current our range in the cascade is now 9, which is amazing. Yeah, you're right. The Raven Gates are soft enough. Maybe we should spawn down here then and zap everything over here. I think that makes more sense. Try to get a few because those cascades should take out. Well, it depends on what we shoot first, actually. It's gonna take more than one because it depends on the direction. You can kind of make it go the way you want, like. Now, let me see. If you want to, the first thing you hit with the cascade is pretty important. Like if I hit this first, then it has to come southward. It has to cascade southward. No, wait, that's open. That's open, which means it goes that way. Never mind. It could still technically cascade north upwards, but either way, I want to be at an edge. So maybe spawn like up here-ish. Kind of like the idea of being in a corner more, though. I feel like you could really min-max this decision and use just a few spells to really, clear a lot of the map. If we do, all right, if we hit this guy, there's a 50% chance it'll come south, in which case it'll kill a lot more stuff. I just wouldn't want it to go northwest, but it wouldn't be terrible if it did, actually. So I guess I don't care about that. I guess we'll spawn... Oh, these guys have a really long range. Down here, what is the range on Death Shock again? 9 range. Alright, so if I spawn... I'm not kill him there, though. Shoot, I guess I'm going to have to spawn... I think I want to spawn right here. And then shoot this guy with the Death Shock. And hope it goes south. Might not go south. But even if it goes northwest, it would actually not be too bad. Just this next turn after we can fire south intentionally. Anything else you need to consider here? No. Wait, what was that? Why did fire imps appear? Did I not read something? The hell was that? Why is there a fire imp here? What? What is happening? Why did fire imps appear? Did I not see them or no? Wait, what? They came to party. What? No, seriously, where'd they come from? Does anyone know where those came from? Am I blind? Did I miss something? Why are there now fire imps sitting here? Obviously, it didn't only have to do with my attack because... Also, this guy's moving closer. Shoot, he's going to teleport us. Because these guys appeared down here, too. Can enemies just, like... That would be weird. They can just appear? Where do they come from? Oh. Alright. Icebox says there was a special raven, but you killed both of them. There was a special raven? Oh. I did not notice there was a special raven. Is there more? There's no more special ravens now. I can't read the box. I guess I should have noticed when we came in that there were two types of ravens. Whoops. That's cool. All right, all right. We kind of have this fire imp here. What does he do? 3 fire damage, 3 range. They're just little annoying guys. Sure. Another Chris Savage says another death bolt would sort this out. Yeah, for sure. No, I'm not on the beta branch. I'm just playing the regular branch. Death shock. Here we go. Yeah, we're gonna do another death shock here. This guy's now in range, but he's gonna die. Well, there's 2 of these guys now ready to zap us, which is kind of annoying because that could really mess us up if we get teleported into a bad spot. I'm not really worried about the damage right now, but anyway, it shouldn't be a huge issue. So if I zap this guy, won't it come this way and kill everything else over here? I just want to make sure that the range, this can see that for sure, and it's within the 9 range, so it's got to be fine. Oh yeah, there is a message log. You're right, Icebox. Possessed Raven. There it is. It was called a Possessed Raven. That's kind of funny. You kill possessed ravens, and there's like they drop. They're possessed by little imp demons. That must have been what it was. Huh. Anyway, now shape the raven due south. Due south? I was going to do this one. Death Bolt? I think you mean Death Shock again, Chris Sandwich. But I think we need to get this one. If I bolt this one, it'll immediately come from that one down here. But I don't want to shoot this one because then it could bounce up to there and then it won't go anywhere. So we want to shock this guy so it comes south. I'm assuming that the range within range. Right? I mean, even actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Even, yeah, by taxi cab geometry, it's within 9, so. Why would I bolt the one east? We can kill him with a shock, and then it'll keep shocking everything else. Death shock the south one? Oh, yeah, no, I don't get that. We can just shock this one. It'll kill everything else, too. Unless I'm wrong. And this won't zap to that, but it should be fine. Okay, I think we just killed almost everything on the map. Oh, because how much didn't do the tile counting math? Yeah. I was making sure there. All right, now everyone that's everything on the map is dead in 2 turns. Just got to deal with the remaining gates and stuff. Oh, this guy's not living. It's demon. Shoot. I was really hoping I could get some demons here. Some skeletons. That won't work though. Alright, what is this? Troubler Gate. Alright, so all that's left is... Wait a minute. There was only one Troubler Gate? Or actually, the other one got killed, didn't it? It ended at a gate twice. It ended at the Troubler Gate down here twice. This one's also almost gone. Sheesh. Alright, I need to get that guy. Shoot, it's really hard to get up there. I have to actually walk back through this area to get all the way over to there. Because there's no way across this Casimir. Death Shock is good. Yeah, I like Death Shock. You can clear a lot of stuff with that. Alright. Yeah, 51 minus 48 equals 3. Yep. This thing got hit twice, and the other one did... How did the other one get hit twice? I've only used 2 Death Shocks. Wasn't there another Troubler Gate? Or maybe there was only one Troubler Gate? I don't remember. Anyway, whatever. There's only 2 gates left. Damn. I really wish I could zap this guy, but he's too far away. Because if we can get him with a Death Bolt, then he can go kill that for us. Actually, this is going to spawn in 5 turns, too. It's the Troubler Gate. Troublers. These aren't living either. These guys are really going to be hard to... I'd like to get rid of that gate as soon as possible. Because these guys are going to be harder to kill. I don't care quite as much about ravens. Waste. Oh, shoot. I can't even get over there, but... I guess it could help if there was, if these guys were closer to each other and I could just shock them all. Wait, what's the range? 1, 2, 3. Wait, what's the range of my shock? He's in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9! Ah! Didn't quite work. Why didn't that work, actually? Wonder why that didn't work. Blocked the lightning, took the dark damage. Hit the spawner? But the spawner... Oh, the spawner... Wait, wasn't the spawner... The spawner was already at 3, though. Wasn't it? The spawner was already at 3. Wonder what happened. I'm not quite sure why that didn't work. Wait, blocked 24 lightning damage. Took 1 dark damage. Oh, it blocked it with its shield, right. And it took the damage and died. I'm not quite sure why that didn't work. It wasn't because of the shield. Yeah, the shield should do that because it's got hit twice. It still died from it. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Whatever. Getting this thing destroyed is going to be a problem. I'm going to keep going that way. Now I'm going to have to take this guy. It's not within range yet. He's gonna keep... Oh, shoot. These guys are immobile. How am I gonna get into that corner? I can't get to the corner. This guy 8 tiles away. This is a problem. They're gonna keep spawning over there. And my whole purpose of coming over here as quickly as possible would be to get to this gate and take it out before it became a big problem. And that means I left the Raven Gate down there, which is now just going to, like, do its own thing. I wonder if it's worth taking out the Ravens and the gate first before we're dealing with these guys. Almost killed everything in one right away, and then it's got to deal with this stuff that's left. Skeletons will take care of the Raven Gate. I don't know. I mean, Ravens have enough HP. Oh, that's right. They'll get hit immediately, but we have a flying skeleton here. Yeah, I was hoping they would. Maybe I'll... There's 2 options here. One is to go south and make another skeleton just in case. The other is to go down here and just death shock the entire chain, and it'll kill everything down here. I think I'm going to probably go for Death Bolt then. Skellies do one-shot them, though, yeah. Alright, Death Bolt. I don't think I can get down there fast enough. I can't do anything up here anyway, so I'm going to retreat for a second. Yeah, this guy is going to die next turn. I'm gonna make a new friend though. Shoot, now I'm in range of that guy. I was hoping that these guys would like teleport in such a formation that I could then use shock them. Unfortunately, they are not doing that. Yet. Literally has 3 hit points left. I wonder if you can Death Shock your Bone Pal and it will cascade to the Ravens. Oh, yeah, I could have taken it out earlier. I had that option, but I didn't. I decided not to. I mean, even just the Raven. I could have gotten to the Raven first. Hell yeah. Icebox says, I went back to the weird Death Shock. The only thing I can think of is the tile you target counts against the range, but that's bizarre. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I was basically just trying to hang out here and not get zapped while waiting for them to teleport to where I could then just chain them all. So it did work there. The chained right there. So anyway, all right, now there's one left. That's all. We just got to get rid of this guy who's going to be really hard to get rid of. Not really. I can zap him. Let's see. Sorry, so he's going to come north now. Let's see. Which way do I want to go here? I have to go all the way back around to the east. Can they get to him? Oh, they got to him. I was wondering if they'd all get teleported away or not. Excellent. That worked really well. We used very few spells to take out that entire map. And we still... Now we have 4 mana potions. 3 SP, which I don't feel an immediate need to use, but there's an enchantment circle, so let's go look at it. What can we do with the enchantment circle? E for enchantment. D for dark enchantment. The Restless Dead. Whenever a living enemy dies, raise it as a skeleton. Well, we do that with Deathbolt already, but wait a minute, this is identical? Basically, oh, wait a minute. What if we Death Shocked an entire map of living enemies? That would be insane. Death Shock an entire map of living enemies, and they all come back as skeletons. That sounds really cool. I do like that idea. They wouldn't be as powerful as our Deathbolt skeletons, though, because Deathbolt skeletons are only more powerful because it's been upgraded to do more minion damage. So these guys are weak skeletons, but they do have good HP. They'd have as much as we could kill with our Death Shock, which is pretty decent. Suspend mortality. Target allied unit gains the ability to reincarnate on death. Kind of neat if you've got a really powerful... Upgrade lives. That's cool. Get multiple lives. It's cool if you have a really good ally. Spreading curse. Yeah. I like the idea of using Restless Dead. The problem is this only works on living enemies. And as we've seen before, you can come up against non-living enemies and suddenly you have a big problem with using your spell effectiveness. We already have, we're already limited to getting the best out of our Deathbolt with against living enemies, which is a bit of a limitation. Death Cleave. This is gonna be beyond what we can ever do, but whatever spell you cast kills its primary target, that spell is recast on a randomly selected nearby valid enemy target of 4 tiles away. Whoa, what? You could use this to chain Deathbolt? This process repeats till the target survives the spell, or there are no nearby valid targets. You've got to be kidding me. You could use this to chain Deathbolt with an infinite cascade almost, as long as there's enemies close to each other. Also, you can upgrade the cascade range. Whoa, Death Cleave and Deathbolt are insane. Now, I will check the skills in a second, because which is a good idea. Oh man, I really wish I had an extra SP at the moment. Chaining Deathbolts add to the damage? Oh my god, Deathbolt. That sounds so OP. Chain Deathbolts, and each enemy Deathbolt kills. I'm guessing it doesn't. I'm guessing it's only the first, but it would be hilarious if the chain also works with the Deathbolt. I mean, it says whenever a spell is cast, something tells me it both increases the damage and just creates a whole bunch of skeletons too. Man, I wish I had another SP. Yeah, Vector says he bets it works. Oh man, I so wish that we had enough to get Death Cleave now. I'm tempted to actually literally just save our SP here and go for this enchantment next map, even though it would cost an extra SP. That just sounds really powerful. Especially then you upgrade it. Also, wait. Oh, it lasts 2 turns. It's funny, I didn't even notice the last 2 turns part, because to be honest, I don't really care how long it lasts, as long as you can use it once, right? And also, last 2 turns probably means you can only use it once. It seems like the way turns work in this game, once you cast it, it immediately counts down. So your next turn is, basically you can only use this once. Which is fine. But also, it only works when there's a lot of enemies near each other. As we've seen, Cascade Range can be really effective. But 4 alone is not quite as effective enough. It's only gonna... 4 alone in general seems to only end up getting a few enemies, probably. You need the long range, like we have now, and we're managed to clear the current map with, for it to be really cool. But anyway, Death Cleave seems really good. Twilight Gaze. All enemies in line of sight lose 50 Dark Resist and 50 Holy Resist. Huh. That's interesting. I can see that being really useful, especially against really powerful enemies that we can't otherwise fight very well with our Dark. But anyway. Jack9 says it kind of wastes the points you've invested in Death Shock, I believe. Yeah, I agree. This is basically just a cool idea. I think we're not going to get this. It's really tempting, but the fact that we've already put a bunch of points into Death Shock and it does more or less this, only, well, kind of better, does more damage. This is just a cool idea, I think. Anyway, all right, what else is in this list? Suspend Mortality was not amazing. Seal Fate, 13 charges after 4 turns. Range is 8. I mean, it's kind of pointless. Our Death Bolt is going to do that much damage before long. And it has the same range too. Of course, this is a separate spell, so you get separate charges. 13 extra charges for something like this. Pain Mirror, no. Wow. Whenever you take damage, deal that much dark damage to all enemies in line of sight. Line of sight can be massive. The problem is we don't take damage all that often, and that requires a way to heal yourself. It seems like this could be, Pain Mirror could be really cool if you can heal yourself. Chris asks, what enchantment skills are available? Well, we're looking at enchantment right now. We're looking at Darkened enchantment. Now we can go back to just enchantment and see Watcher form. Oh, Icebox said, I just had a Death Shock and Restless Dead run. It is indeed fun stuff. Was it Death Shock or Death Bolt, Icebox? Death Shock. Really? Death Shock here? What is this one? Oh, right, because it works with Death Shock. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Sorry. You were saying Restless Dead. I was thinking of the other one. Oh, right. Restless Dead. I was still thinking of Death Cleave there when I was commenting on that. The Restless Dead still seems pretty cool. as a combo with our Death Shock, just to get a whole ton of skeletons out there. Yeah, a good level for it, and you suddenly have 30 skeletons. Like just now, the level we were on there right now would have gotten a ton of skeletons. Charges 3. You do have to charge it first, which means you can't, for example, use this on the very first turn you drop in. You won't be able to actually use the Death Shock immediately. You have to first spend a turn setting up the enchantment to use. Oh, wait, Icebox says you use it and then hop into the portal. Oh, I've never... Alright, so I've never had an enchantment before. You can bring that through a portal? Oh, also, it lasts 15 turns, which is pretty awesome. It's not like the 2-turn Death Cleave one. I see. Yeah, you can't bring allies, so I was thinking just the fact that I can't bring allies sort of felt like I couldn't really bring much through portals, but apparently you can bring enchantments. That's useful to know. Very useful. Yeah, I like Restless Dead. That seems cool. Alright. What else here? Siphon shields. Steal up to 1 shield from all units in line of sight. Wait a minute. Does that mean from each unit? If you walk into like a place full of in line of sight, wow, you could. Is that serious? You can stack shields this way, and like literally, if you walk into a map where and most of the enemies have shields, you'd suddenly have like 10, 20 shields. Wow. Yeah, Vector says Siphon Shield was busted strong in early versions. Why is it not busted strong now? Oh, hey, Weavile. Yeah, I said the skill's awesome. Cause trouble to troublers. Exactly. You walk into a place with troublers and steal all their shields. Maybe it's still busted strong. It does seem really powerful. I mean, it's only got 3 charges, but line of sight is like can be insanely long. Again, this depends on the map. It's dependent. So, I mean, it might not be amazing. It's situational. I mean, I guess most everything in this game is situational. So, does the shield interact with Pain Mirror in any interesting way? Yeah, I'm assuming exactly Icebox. I'm assuming you have to take the damage. Anyway, Siphon Shields does seem pretty powerful, though. Sight of Blood. Must target a damaged living unit. The target is stunned. They can't act. It's missing a space after the act there. All living units in line of sight of the target go berserk. Berserk units are hostile to all other units. They will attack and be attacked by their allies. That seems fun. It has to target the damaged living unit is kind of an interesting requirement too. But, yeah, in an open map, wow, you could start a brawl. Searing Seal. Gain Seal of Searing. Whenever an enemy takes fire damage, the seal gains that many charges. When the seal expires, it deals 1 fire damage to all enemies in line of sight for every 4 charges it has. Seems kind of math intensive. Recasting the spell will expire the current seal and create a new one. Interesting. Purity. Lose all debuffs. You cannot gain new debuffs. Debuffs. What are... Oh, I guess, yeah, just the status effects, negative status effects that you can get. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Petrification Aura. Inflict Petrify on up to 3 unpetrified units within a 7-tile radius each turn. This is across 7 turns. Oh, there's a little typo there too. The last 7 turns get put on a new line. Finding more and more of those. Petrified units. Alright, petrified units can't act. Is petrification permanent? I mean, it says last 7 turns. Does that mean that's the enchantment lasts 7 turns? But does the petrification, is it like permanent? Vectus says he doesn't think it's permanent, but I don't know. Vectus said the Gosha effect was permanent, so All right, it does say petrified duration. There's under upgrades. There's petrified duration and duration. Duration probably means the enchantment. Petrified duration probably means the duration of petrification. I'm surprised it doesn't tell you how long petrification lasts on this list. Yeah, it's exactly, Krasanowicz. I can tell from the upgrade list that it doesn't. It does have a limit, but we don't know how long it is, which is kind of weird. Wonder that should be on this list here. Your spells and temporary summons last an extra 5 turns. Permanence. Lightning storm. Create a thunderstorm, and each turn, each tile in the storm has a 50% chance of taking 12 lightning damage. Lightning form. Whoa, whenever you cast a lightning spell, teleport to that spell's target. This effect ends the first turn that you fail to cast a lightning spell. Huh. That's a really cool idea. I just like the ideas here. It's 7 turns on the fire resist line. Yeah, but that's the duration on the... That's the duration for the enchantment, though, Zalera. I'm pretty sure that's the duration for the enchantment, because if you look over there, the color for enchantment and turns, those always match. It's not the duration of petrification, which would be a different entry. Lightning form and death shock. It would be, yeah. I was thinking of that too. I was wondering does that count as? Would you follow the death shock? Anyway, cool stuff on here. Dispersion field. Each turn, teleport 3 enemies in a 6-tile radius to random locations on the map. Okay. Conductance. Lose lightning resist. Wait, whenever you cast a lightning spell targeting that enemy, copy that spell. I wonder what exactly copy means here. I guess it means I guess it means, yeah, just cast the spell twice against that enemy. 10 turns, 12 charges. Oh, you didn't understand that too? Yeah, I think copy that spell means it casts it twice against the enemy. That would be my guess. Based also on the name, Conductance. Multi-copy, you can copy it more than once even. It's good if you're running a lightning-only build. Yeah, it makes sense. And Blizzard. Yeah, I've seen that before. Alright. I think Restless Dead would be fun to get. What does everyone else think? I mean, we don't have to get anything either. We can just save it up for later. It seems like we're in a pretty good position. Also, I might not get it right now because we're going to look at the next floor first. But... what is multicast? What if you cast a sorcery spell? Copy it. Alright. So yeah, there's another copy instance of the word copy there. I think Restless Dead could be fun. Again, it has to be living. We're kind of pigeonholing ourselves into being really effective against certain types of units, but anyway, we might get Restless Dead. We're being governed by what circles we find here. Influenced, I guess. But Spark Spirits, Death Chill, Chimera, Bloodhound, Blizzard, more Blizzard Beasts still. Arcane Circle, Physical Shield, and Mana Potion. Being governed by circles is good. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I love circles. The idea of circles is neat. It adds a lot of the interesting randomization to what you might otherwise do. Like if there were no circles at all, then you're kind of gonna, well, I mean, you build what you want to build, but circles influence, it can change your whole plan, right? Or get you to entice you to do different or new things. It's just and it'll be different each run. So it's the circles that you encounter at each part of the game will be different depending on your build at the time. It's just a really neat. What is this? Oh, Sword Shrine on the Death Shock would be absurd. Sword Shrine enhances spell with plus 75% damage. Wow, you're right. Being able to increase the damage of our Death Shock would be insane. I mean, our Death Bolt's already increasing on its own. It's currently at 65. Increasing our Death Shock would be amazing. Wait, where was that? There it is, Sword Shrine. I don't know if we'll be able to face off against what's in here, but What else is there? There's also Holy Circle, a bunch of slimes. Never met those. Healing and mana. This one is... Oh, so the thing about this place is there is no mana potion. Now, I'm not worried about that because we have like a full contingent of spells and 4 mana potions. So we don't have to quite focus on that as much as I was worried about before. We've done pretty well on the past couple floors. But, I still think you should go what passive skills are available rather than spells. Oh, did I not look at skills yet? I thought I looked. I forgot I hadn't looked at skills yet. Arcane. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna probably want to go for this one and enhance the death shock. Whoops, forgot. Okay. There's wait what? There's literally only 1 enchantment skill, and it costs 6. Enchantment spells and skills gain 2 max charges. Ooh. Enchant spells and skills gain 3 duration and also 5 damage. Wow. It's pretty arch enchanter. That's pretty cool. Anyway, but it's too expensive. Yeah, we'd never get that. Just drop right on top of the short sword shrine. You can also preview levels and consider what portals will be available from there too. Yeah, we've been doing that. Especially when it came to earlier when we were lower on magic mana potions. You want to drop into the next floor and see if also we'd be able to continue gaining mana potions on the floors after. Yeah, we'll be previewing in a second. I'm just first getting a general idea of where we want to go. I think we're gonna probably go to this one if we can. So we'll take this one first. And the Storm Shrine is... Where's the Storm Shrine? Wow, this level is interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, Icebox, that's what I think. Makes a lot of sense. Icebox says you take the Archer Lord skills once you're already pretty focused. Alright, here's the Sword Shrine right there. What is this? Armored Vampire? Oh god. It's Undead Dark. Undead Dark. Oh man, all this stuff's dark. 100% resist dark. 100% resist dark. On everything. We can't even fight here. Oh, well, never mind. Well, we could use lightning. We would not be able to use Death Bolt here. Against most things. We could still kill this with a Death Bolt. But anyway, here it is. Enhances spell. Unfortunately, the enemies are dark. Also, this guy resists lightning. What's this guy do? Armored Vampire. The sword bump would let you kill vamps just with the lightning part, maybe. Vampires, no, not enough. It's still not enough damage. We wouldn't be able to kill. Wait a minute, our death shock is 24 right now. We go up to what, 40? 24, 18, 40, now it's 30, 42. We go up to 42 damage, lightning damage. That would be enough to kill the vampires, but not the armored vampires. What a teaser level. I know, this isn't the first time this happened. There was a really awesome shrine on an earlier level that we couldn't go to either. Or I think there was a dark circle. I think it was one or the other. Yeah, this happened before. Minus. Oh, this guy is the other way. This is the guy we can't kill with lightning or dark, really. Armored vampires seem really hard to kill. Drain life, 7 dark damage and drains life. Armored. Oh wait, it's minus 50% resist. Sorry, I haven't dealt with enemies with minus resist before. It's plus damage. You're right. Plus damage. So it would work here. Lightning would work against these guys. We're gonna get hit, I guess, though. If we drop in and use that immediately, can we kill these guys that fast? I think this might work. Jack9 says, yeah, it seems like the shrines and circles of the type we want are usually guarded by enemies that resist a specific spell type. That would be really good map gen. Makes sense, right? You got to kind of overcome that. I don't think interacting takes a turn. That's a good question. I have no idea if interacting takes a turn. I mean, we know using items takes a turn, right? Or does it? Or am I? I think it does. I forgot. I think using items takes a turn. Interacting, I don't recall. You upgraded spells on a circle and it doesn't take a turn. That's cool. All right, cool. It doesn't take a turn. All right, so we can get this upgrade immediately, and I guess that would, if that's true, then we could be able to death shock everybody. This guy's got no resistance to lightning. Oh man, this is plus 75% damage. And what about this guy? Storm. This guy's 100% resist lightning, but we don't care about that. Well, he's gonna zap us real quick, immediately. He's gonna use his storm breath right away, probably. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he's gonna be just within range to breathe lightning on us. He'll die to the dark. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We also do dark damage. He'll die too. I think everything's gonna die. All right, I think we're gonna do that. I'm gonna drop in up here. Now let's check out the other stuff in this floor. We've got a vampire gate. Also, am I missing an enemy? I've done that before. Was there only 3 enemy types? Or is one of these guys different? I mean, no. The idol, that's what it was. I knew there was a 4th one. What does an idol do? So it's like those idols that you can cast, only in this case it already exists. Whoa, Curse of the Weak, 50 range. So basically the entire map. A turn cooldown, decrease the... Whoa, what? Decrease player spell and skill damage by 4. Oh, man. Okay, question. Does this screw over... Oh, wait. Oh, it's because he... Icebox says, good thing we only need 1 cast. Well, the question is... Yeah, okay, so wait. Curse of the Weak 50 range additional cooldown. It has to actually use this ability first, so it doesn't count when we drop in. That, I guess, is a good thing. But it decreases player's spell and skill damage by 4. So does that mean it decreases the base damage by 4? That would mean I'm assuming it does. It's not the final damage that's applied first. And if it's applied first, that means these do 20 damage. Well, no, it'll be after we increase it with the shrine. So it's going to... Death Shock probably won't get on to 20 because, well, plus 75% damage, doesn't that permanently change the base damage of Death Shock? I'm assuming yes. So the shrine should come first, yeah. Shrine would be plus 75%. So this would technically do our 42 damage, then minus 4. So we'd do 38 damage. Ooh. Which should still be enough to kill everything. Except maybe these guys. 38. Oh no, it's still enough to kill these guys. I think it might work. Yeah, I think this will still work. If it doesn't, we'll be totally screwed and die. But yeah, it should work. This is like cutting it really close to the edge. All right, so I probably want to drop in here and do that. Now, all right, that's the plan. Drop in here, immediately use the shrine, and then shock everything to death. Oh, wait a minute. Is this going to screw our plans up? Oh, Vampire Gate, 51. It could jump to the gate and stop our shock. No, it still won't, because this is going to add damage both lightning and dark, so it still can't even stop that. Wow, that's going to be pretty powerful. Yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting about the add. It adds up. Ugh. Okay, yeah, this is going to die too. Okay, no problem then. All right, so SP3. Are we going to actually use the SP on the Restless Dead thing? In fact, using that right now would also... That would turn all these things... No, they're not living. Never mind. It wouldn't even do anything for us here except this. It would turn the Drake into a skeleton. Only the idol can live. Yeah. It's not gonna. Actually, is this gonna? This will destroy the entire map in one turn, won't it? Well, it's gonna really depend on where it jumps. It might kill these things first, then jump back here and not. So it might take a couple spells, but. The idol has 2 shields. So the idol is always gonna survive. Yeah, we're going to definitely do this. I'm trying to think of, do we want to actually use our SP for anything yet? I think I could just save it for now. Because I think we'll be fine. All right, what are the spawners in here doing? They're a vampire. They're all vampire gates. All right, we got 3 vampire gates. Yeah, I think we should probably just save the SP because we don't need it. It looks like. All right, we're gonna just drop in then. And I don't need to use anything else. I mean, the cool thing is if we weren't going to use the SP against for the Restless Dead, it would save some charges to get that now. Oh, that's the other thing. Remember, we're on the enchantment floor, and so if we're going to get Restless Dead, it makes sense to do that now. Oops. Future Shrines. You can use Tab right now to preview. Tab? Future Realms. Yeah, I figured you meant Realms. Use Tab. You can actually look in the future ones as well. I mean, normally you would just do this. Does Tab go into it? So right here, I can press Tab. I think Tab is just making me go between them. Oh, I see. Tab is just an easy way. Yeah. We can just preview by looking here. Oh, look, there is another enchantment circle on the next. It's not too important. I don't think we'd save it that long, but Earthquake Orb. Healing and a mana potion. Also, we're down to 60 HP, which I'm gotta be careful of. Because we're down to half. And this other one has a Ruby Heart. And 2 mana potions. And an Ice Lich. Ooh. Red enemy. It's like that Bone Wizard guy, right? Idol of Sorcery. Cultist, Blizzard Beast, all kinds of enemies here. Ice Lich is probably nasty, is my guess. But yeah, I'm not too worried about. I don't think this is really going to affect anything we're doing just yet, anyway. But, well, I guess you could have seen if there was going to be some interesting circle coming up. There's another enchantment circle, but I can't see using another enchantment. So, do we actually want to get this? Is the question. Because if we do, then it makes sense to get it right now. I don't know if we'll come across another enchantment circle or not later. We might not go to the other place. Plus, if we use it now, we get all the skeletons from the immediate death shock, which is helpful. But uh-oh. Jack9 says, how's the spoiler policy for enemies? I fought a lich before. Well, we saw the Bone Wizard before. I can tell that they're really powerful. It doesn't really matter what... You can talk about it if you want. We're going to see what they can do later. It's not going to affect what we do right now. Stormlock says they're a big fan of Deathcleave myself. Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of Deathcleave too. I mean, after reading it, we were talking about it earlier. It might have been right before you showed up. It seems really cool. Especially combined with Deathbolt. Like, really cool. But I think we were talking about the fact that it really overlaps a lot with the Death Shock we already have. Oh, I see. Jack9 says they won't die if you don't deal with their soul crystal or something like that. I see. My read on Deathcleave is that it would only re-trigger Death Shock once. Oh, why? I don't see why it would only trigger once. Seems like it should keep working. You're saying because Cascade doesn't equal cast? Does it not equal cast? Anyway. The Restless Dead. Alright, anyway, we're just going to save it then. We'll save it since I think we're probably in decent shape anyway. You said he tested another combo that I thought should work early with Channeling Spell, and Channel doesn't equal a cast. I see. So Cascade spells mess up Deathcleave. I tried that like 6 months ago. Stormlock says it equals cast, I'm pretty sure. I did. It could have changed since 6 months ago too, Tone. Well, Icebox is probably playing more recently though. I did a build where it chained to targets and each one created a vampire. It will only recast on the primary target and fork. It won't fork off every kill. Oh yeah, I don't think it won't fork off every kill. I wouldn't assume that. I'm saying it still recasts. Oh wait, what? Yeah, it recast on the primary target in 4. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, let's just go to the next floor and do our thing. Oh, Icebox says it would recast one time, so you have 2 instances of Death Shock moving around the map. I mean, we can already... Death Shock's already good enough without 2 loops, but... Sword attunement. Deathbolt gains 49 damage. Wait, what? Oh, you can immediately make it go a heck of a lot higher. Obviously, we're not going to do that, but anyway, Death Shock, here we go. Gains 13 damage. 13 damage? Why is it 13 damage? Deathbolt becoming long-range touch of death. Yeah, really. I mean, it already is getting more and more powerful, but guess our math was wrong. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I mean, the numbers. Is that why is the number off? Anyway, it should still wait 23. It should still be decent enough though. But we can't kill this guy though. We can't kill this guy. Numbers are weird sometimes. Yeah, why do I get 37? Because it doesn't apply retroactively. Are you saying it's still early? You can debuff Deathbolt damage. You can buff Deathbolt damage later. Oh yeah, we're still gonna definitely do that. I mean, we're just doing it by using the Deathbolt. That's gonna be fine. But yeah, why did we get only 37? That's weird. That's probably a bug. Anyway, okay. We should still be able to kill this stuff though. Oh, the weak idol? Yeah, but the weak idol shouldn't have... It's, even after the weak idol, it should have been... We should be at 38. Because we were supposed to get 42 damage. Wait a minute, the weak idol... Yeah, it's being reduced by the weak idol, but shouldn't it have been 42 minus 4, 38? I thought it was. Mouse over your wizard to see the debuff. It's not showing me a debuff. Where do I see the debuff? There's no debuff yet. It's not even debuffing yet. It hasn't started. Yeah, it'll appear over here. That makes sense. Yeah, the debuff hasn't begun yet. So anyway, this is going to be more problematic than I thought. I would kind of wish we had the restless dead guys at the moment, but we'll see. Alright, we should still be able to kill all of this stuff. Wait, 51. Wait, no, I can't take this out, though. No, I can't. I keep forgetting. It's doubled up. These guys are going to get toasted. A lot of them are. This guy is going to survive, though. Alright, now I got to start worrying about what these guys can do. Not really much, actually. They're just really resistant. Wait a minute. These transform into a bat? I didn't notice that. On reaching 0 HP, transforms into a bat and a vampire bat. Huh. Anyway, yeah, exactly, Stormlock. It should still be mostly fine. It's going to cost a few more spells. Originally, by the original math, this was going to take literally just a couple spells to clear the map, but now it's going to be a little more problematic. Alright, so anyway, just shock this guy right here sitting next to me and watch it go. Oh wow, what? Did that guy just shoot? No, this is a 7 range guy. It must have been this guy. Oh, there's something else moved from over there. Oh, it was this thing. It must have been this thing. What the hell does this do? Wait, what is this? I didn't... Whoa, what? Breathing cone of dealing. Ah, I did not realize that was going to create lightning clouds. What does this do? Oh my gosh. 50% damage to do 10 lightning damage to any unit standing inside of it. I know, this thing has 1 HP left. Damn it. That really should not have happened. I think when it, yeah, exactly. I agree, Stormlock. I'm gonna Deathbolt this guy right here immediately. We might take some more damage from the lightning, but now I can zap these guys. How much? These things last 4 turns. It's gonna be a lot of damage. But I think I want to now shock the vampires. The Drake stopped the cascade with 1 HP left. Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. The unfortunate part was the 37. The fact that we only can do 37 damage with it. Now we're doing 33, which is still enough to take out these guys. 33 damage. Yeah, this guy be down to 23. Even with his resist, he's going to die. So we should be able to now do another Death Shock and Cascade. It's going to stop at the idol, though. And there's also this guy coming from the south, which is annoying. Alright. Unfortunately, we have not gotten zapped by the Storm Cloud. And now I'm going to need to get out of here. What's this guy's range? Vampire Gate. Actually, does it even make sense to walk out of here? 1, 2... I guess it does. Made a tiny amount of sense. It must have been 75% off of unupgraded. I guess. 36.75. That's where the math came from. Yeah, it's off upgraded. Sorry, I forgot you upgraded. Anyway, still powerful. Okay, we got our everything else is gonna die pretty quickly. We just need to get rid of this idol. We can actually death bolt it pretty soon. Gotta get this guy first though. It's kind of annoying. It's not gonna work. Gonna have to shock again. Storm Drake, Storm Clouds are so fun. Yeah, really. Let me think. I'm actually thinking it might be more effective. Well, he's got 46. No, I should probably just zap this guy. Zap him and then do the Death Bolt and get another Drake. Drakes are practically going to be pretty decent allies here. Zapping him seems kind of annoying. Actually, wait a minute. What if I just zap this guy? Yeah, I was thinking of instead of I don't want to bolt them first because then those. I think maybe zap the vampire first, but no, actually this guy's gonna keep doing nasty stuff, so maybe I should bolt first. That's right. If they're out of range, that's the thing. They're all out of range. I can zap this guy, who will then. Oh, actually, wait a minute. You can zap your own guy. Huh. That's interesting. Zap your own guy, kind of as a chain. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to move a little bit first before I do this. Can't do anything from this range. Wow. Nasty. Zapping your own guy is half the fun. It could be effective, yeah. I want this guy on my side first, either way. Just so he can, like, actually, I'd say mess up the idol, but actually, idol's getting zapped by lightning. The idol's already lost 2 shields. Alright, now our friends can go deal with that stuff. Vampire bat. Oh, cool. Vampire bat. I didn't actually get to look at it before. Will become a vampire in 20 turns. That's really neat. Also, they don't actually do any damage at all. Do they? Where do they run? Do they go towards people or away from them or what? Which half, the dark and the lightning? All right. I think I want to zap this guy here. And basically kill almost everything except this Drake's still there. But he's too far away to bolt. I think I'll just zap. Alright, it did manage to hit him. Didn't want it to do that, but it did. Did they not... Shoot. Our friends didn't fly over and kill the idol. They're now doing other stuff. Oh, here's one over here, too, coming after these guys. He's going to be here in one turn. Going to end up using another shock here. Might not be effective to do that. Maybe oh, these are all resistant to dark, those. I can't use Death Bolt. Oh, bats are also living. True. They run away. Okay, so they do run away. That Drake is about to die. I wanted to bolt him, but he's too far away, and our friends are going to get him. I'm trying not to shock everything, because then we're going to run out of shocks. Actually, wait a minute. Maybe good Death Ball. Just as an alternative. Death Ball, kill this guy. Wait, Death Ball, they won't kill him. Ghost Ball, not Death Ball. That's 7 dark damage. Why did I remember this as 11 damage? Oh, never mind. I know why. It's because of this idol. I was thinking, shouldn't our Duous Ball be doing more damage than that? Maybe just gonna drop some of these. Death Ball, it's Ghost Ball's pass. I think we'll drop. I want to drop that here, just kind of to slow them down and to use another spell. I don't know if it's going to be worth doing that, but probably not. I'm trying to do anything except waste the last of my death shocks, because once they're gone, I'm not going to be able to as effectively take out other stuff. Wanted to see how effective that would be, if anything. Oh, is this guy still alive? Why is he still alive? Vampire skeletal. Oh, he's still alive. And there's the bat. He's about to die. Bat is now dead. Guy's just shooting lightning all over the place. These lightning's pretty cool. I like the cone too. They're going to heal from hitting your ghosts. Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking about. If that would have helped them instead of hurt them. And it does look like this guy did actually get healed for it. It's not going to matter in the long run, but I was curious. This armored vampire is coming after me instead of fighting that Drake. Oh, well, he's dead now. Finally got the idol. Interesting that there's... Oh, I guess the other one's killed. Never mind. There's only one spawner. All right. 28. 32, 7 damage. It's actually pretty hard for our guy to take him out because he heals. Yeah, he's going to lose. I don't think they can target your skeleton because he's dark immune. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, this guy's 100% resist dark. And these guys do dark damage only. So, yeah, I was actually worried about that a second ago, that I might not be able to very easily take this out. But it looks like this guy can do everything on his own now, which would be very nice. Because we only have one shock left. I can't use Death Bolt against these guys at all. That would be a big problem. Yeah. Death Bolt the bat and swing things? Yeah, he should be able to solo. It looks like it'll be fine. I'm going to do a Death Bolt on the bat. Wait a minute. Oh, was that... Wait, what? Why didn't that work? Vampire Bat took forward to... What? I'm not quite sure. Vampire Bat wasn't living. Oh, it wasn't a regular bat? Oh. Huh. Anyway, whatever. We should be fine, I think. The main problem is that this guy gets around our friend, which he's now getting around. Shoot. Shoot. How do I deal with this guy? I really wish I had another one. Oh, vampire bats are immune. Oh, they're living but immune to Death Bolt. Oh, that's true. How do I deal with these guys? Can't hurt them with Death Bolt. I have one Death Shock. Alright, if I move south, I can get these guys aligned such that a single Death Shock will be able to kill both of them and then also hit the gate. And but that gate will still be alive. Next spawn 7 turns. What do you mean no it won't? Oh, it won't. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. We do double damage. Alright, so it might work. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Stormlock. Kind of awkward. I assume I just learned a 1 SP spell like Lightning Bolt or Magic Missile. I was thinking about that a second ago, is maybe learning a spell in an emergency situation here. I'm glad we saved the SP just in case. But yeah, I think that actually... No, wait. What is our... Oh, we got rid of the Idol, so we're back to full damage too. And this does 37 times 2 damage, so we will kill that. I just have to get these guys aligned properly. Uh-oh. Is this gonna... Alright, is this guy in range? I think he's in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But he's also going to create a bat. If it zaps to here, and then doesn't go there, it comes back to a bat, then they're in trouble. I guess I'm going to try our final Death Shock. Got him. Alright. Yeah, anyway, so it didn't come down to that, but I was considering the possibility of using our SP to get some other spell in an emergency, but that did work. It changed to the spawn bat first. Oh, it does? I didn't notice that earlier. That would have made... I guess if I'd noticed that earlier, that would have made me less apprehensive. But yeah, if it creates a bat and then it immediately changes the bat at that point, then, well, that's super effective, right? Okay. That worked. Yay. Damage to Wizard, 10 Stormdrake. We're now down to 50 HP. Hopefully we don't cut it too close with the saving up the health potions thing. And we now have 6 SP again. And there's an enchantment circle here. We do have 2 health potions now, it's true. Yeah, I'm not going to be very hesitant to use the other one. I mean, we technically still have close to half HP. Or a third to a half. We also now have 3 physical shields. Which are, I guess, I haven't seen a whole lot of physical enemies anymore. But that's quite powerful. for 25 turns, 100% resistance. It's pretty sweet. 4 mana potions still, but we're going to pretty quickly need to use another one to get our Death Shock back. Arcane Shield. Okay. What is the next maps here? This one seems crazy. Ice Lich. And this one is probably the easier one. Let's look at the crazy one first. What are these things? Living Scroll of Lightning. So many cool enemies. Lightning Bolt. 6 lightning damage at 10 range. Beam attack. Oh, kills the caster. Okay. That's at least somewhat helpful, because otherwise these guys are almost like as nasty as pyromancers. Only 5 HP though. Not too bad. Their range is pretty sick, but I like the fact that our Death Shock can cascade across stuff and get things that are further out. But this is harder here because it's enclosed, so Death Shock's not as useful here. Dark Tormentor. 7 dark damage, 4 radius. Burst around the burst ignores walls. These guys seem really nasty to fight in enclosed areas. 100% resist dark. Another enemy. That's hard for us to deal with. Oh, and also that doesn't even count the Ice Lich. Alright, what's up with this guy? Soul Jar, 20 turn countdown, summon a Soul Jar. The caster is unkillable while the Soul Jar exists. Limit 1 jar per lich. Oh, okay, that's pretty awesome. Soul Jar. And it's got a 20 turn cooldown, so you literally have to kill him within 20 turns of killing his jar. That's really cool. Yeah, I really like the design, Stormlock. The creativity with the enemies in this game. Yeah, there's just so many cool spells and enemies. It's great. I love it. In that sense, it reminds me of like The Ground Gives Way. I have a lot of interesting enemies and just interesting items. Just interesting stuff all over. And there's just so much of it too. I don't remember it being a jar though. I think it's because it was a Fire Lich. Oh, is it? A Fire Lich might have a different kind of a jar type thing. Anyway, yeah, this guy seems pretty nasty. Death Touch, 23 dark damage up close. 2 shields, 75 HP. Whew, fighting against other casters seems really nasty. Eye of Ice, 5 damage, 25 turn cooldown. Deals ice damage to a random enemy in line of sight each turn. What? Each turn for how long? Oh, so this looks like an enchantment of sorts? Wonder how long. Ice damage to a random enemy in line of sight each turn. But obviously it's not permanent, because it has a cooldown for reuse. Only 2 portals out from here. Are either of them any good? This map also seemed harder anyway. I don't think we're coming here, but the portals out of here. Ruby Heart with the whole another Ice Lich, and there's a Dark Circle. Oh, Dark Circle. Even though I'm not sure if we really need more dark stuff. We have a lot of dark stuff. Maybe it's time to start branching out. And a healing potion and a portal key teleporter. Not amazing portals out of here either. Anyway, this map overall seems hard. But I wanted to check it out first, because we're probably going to go to this one, even though I want to... Alright, wait, let me look. I pressed it twice. That's really annoying. It needs to block that second escape press. Don't know how long enemy Eye of Ice spell lasts. Player one's like 10 or 15 turns by default. Yeah, I would imagine it's got to be less than 25 because that's its cooldown. But on an enemy, I wonder what it is. So this here, I wanted to first look at the list, because once you go into the rift, it's kind of annoying because you can't actually see the full list of what's on the map, which I think would be nice if we could have that there when, if nothing else happens to be showing. But Ogres, Towering Toad Beast, Storm Troll, Displacer, Brood Mother, something, Brood something. Idol of Sorcery, another new one. And then an enchantment circle. Healing and mana potion. This one's got some pretty decent stuff in here. It's mainly a case of the enemies. Eye Wizard is really fun. Alright, so what do we got in here? There's ogres. Nice. I like ogres because, well, I've got Death Bolt. Death Bolt is like perfect for dealing with ogres. And technically we can shock them too. Wow, there's a lot of ogres in here. Wow. But the cool thing is our Death Bolt can kill anything easy. Yeah, the physical enemies you were missing, that's true. We saw a bunch in the earliest floors, but then hadn't seen any for a while. It's been a lot of other ranged and magic stuff. Towering Toad Beast. Wow, this does more damage than our Death Bolt can even take down. Regenerate 5 HP per turn. Disabled on taking fire damage. Huh. Interesting. You could disable their regeneration by hitting them with fire. Also, they do 15 physical plus 3 physical. Tongue Lash. Pulls the target one tile toward the caster. 8 range. Wow, these guys are kind of scary. Frog Hop. Hops to a random tile up to 4 tiles away. Random tile. So these guys move randomly. It wouldn't be going towards the enemy. Kind of makes them a little more unpredictable. Storm Troll, another living. 100% resist lightning. 30 HP, which means these guys can technically stop our Death Shock. Wait, no, wait. It does 37 now. Forgot. That's plenty. It's actually the dark is enough to kill them. They also regenerate. Spawn. Whoa, what? Spawns storm clouds up to 3 tiles away. These guys just apparently just spawn storm clouds around them. Wow. It's kind of nasty. There's fewer of them on this map though. And there's also a Displacer Broodmother. That's right. We fought Displacer Beasts earlier. It's 12 physical damage. This entire map is nothing but physical damage. Looking at my physical shield times 3. These are 72 HP. Wow. I'm surprised to see stuff that our Death Bolt can't take down immediately. First time we've seen so many enemies with this many hit points. But it makes sense with the physical damage. It seems to be one of the pairings that is out here a lot. 10% chance he's sure to spawn. Wait, what? Oh my god. These blink around and spawn more Displacer Beasts. Those things are nasty. Not only are they nasty, there's 3 of them. I mean, Displacer Beasts aren't as bad, but... Whew. Ghost Ball could do some work here because they're physical immune. Yeah, I like that about. That's true. Physical immune is good. I guess the problem with that is they don't do much damage. Our ghosts can't really hurt anything. We didn't upgrade their damage, or really almost anything yet. But yeah, having them physical immune could be useful. I mean, I'm pretty much sure we're going to come to this map. Wait, that's right, we got to check out this idol. 5 range. Wait, what? That's pretty cool. Grant a ranged fire or a random, I guess it's random, ranged fire or lightning attack to a random ally along with immunity to that element. Fire or lightning. Okay. Well, this one is not bad. I don't worry about this at all, really. It's not going to be problematic. How much was the Soul Reap skill? You could buy it after this floor. What is that skill? I don't know. Well, let's check it in a second. That range is bugged? Is it supposed to be 50, you think? Because idols, the other idol had 50 range. Unless it's changed as 50, it might be a typo. What if it's a typo in the description, but not the actual range? Because based on what I saw earlier in one of the other bugs in the display, it seemed like these values are actually typed in. They're not based on the game data, I think. 50 would be OP on that idol. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Weevil thinks it's a typo, but Stormlock says 50 would be OP. I think 50 would be OP on this. But it also depends on whether it requires line of sight. I guess it doesn't. But, I mean... I don't know. I think it would probably be OP if it was 50. 5 seems to make more sense on this idol. Also, there's more than one. Look at that. There's another one here. I think it's 5. I don't think it's a typo. Vectus says type, or Vectus thinks it might be typo. Granting ranged attacks to certain enemies is really scary. Yeah, I think it's not a typo. I think it's actually 5 range. I mean, we'll find out shortly, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Not 100% sure. I haven't played in a while. Yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure this one's probably just 5. It makes sense for considering the ability. The other one being 50 made sense there, especially since it was an anti-player. This is an ally buff for the enemies, so it makes sense to scatter a couple of these around, as we've seen here. I'm not really worried about what these can do though. Well, actually, I don't know what the ranged attack is, so maybe I would be worried if it's like some range 10 fireball. That would suck. I was thinking more of like a single simple attack, but yeah, that would actually be really bad. Okay, spawners here we have ogre gates. Ogre gates. It's all ogre gates. Okay, so this map's gonna spawn a whole ton of ogres. 15 physical, 45 HP. So if we turn these into our skeletons, they're going to be equivalent, which is actually not great. Almost equivalent. They actually do, our skeletons would actually do 1 less damage, in which case they're at a disadvantage. Our skeletons do 14 damage. These guys do 15, which means they can kill a skeleton in 3 hits, and our skeleton would take 4 hits to kill this guy. Oh, Weevil says he thinks it's a range 5 attack that does either fire or lightning. Those used to be full range. I imagine. Yeah, I imagine they probably reduced it. Okay. Huh. This is a pretty tough floor. Death. The problem with this floor is Death Shock actually doesn't help on this floor because everything's too powerful. No, wait. I keep forgetting it doubles up. Okay, we can do what with this now? We do 74 damage. Okay, so maybe it's better than I thought. Never mind. 74 damage is enough to kill everything here. We could chain through all this stuff too. $74 damage. Okay, so the things we have to worry about that we can't chain through. The Towering Toad Beast. How much does our Death Bolt do now? 67 damage. We can't chain through a Toad Beast, but we can Death Bolt. Also, we don't have any Death Shocks left, so what I'd like to do is focus on using up all our other charges in the most effective way possible before using a Mana Potion. Ghost Balls are good for just blocking everything. Death Bolt. 16. I want to use up all those charges. Also, Death Shock only has 9 charges. I can see it being very troublesome trying to get up enough charges. I'd have used multiple mana potions, maybe, if things go wrong. So one of my ideas is to drop down here in the bottom right and destroy these idols first. Even though I'm not too worried about what they can do, but... the circle, use the circle. We could, actually, one of the things about the circle is we could use it to get the Raised Dead one again. They won't do as much damage though, that's mainly not gonna, I don't think it's gonna help a whole lot. Kill both of these. That's, yeah, that's true. Again, we can also zap through all this stuff. Including these. So yeah, maybe it would make sense to start over here and just zap all this stuff on the side. Oh, but I can't do that with the shock. Shoot. Start on the left side, kill the 2 generators. I want to use up the death bolts, which I think changes the strategy here. But yeah, if I start down here, we're going to end up wasting more mana before we get to the actual spawners. There's a lot of spawners here too. There's 5 ogre spawners. Earthquake Orb. Deals 25 physical damage and destroys walls on 50% of all level tiles. Wow. That's pretty crazy. I mean, that could include you. That's a pretty cool item. Man, a lot of neat items. It could whack you real hard, but at the same time, the fact that it also kill a bunch of other stuff and open up a lot of territory could be really useful in some places, I would imagine. Tough decisions here, as always. Mainly, I don't want to waste this stuff. Also, we could technically get a spell if I want, or a skill, a spell or a skill before coming in here. I've saved up 6 now. That's right. There's the enchantment circle. Think about it for a bit here. We could maybe start on the enchantment circle. Learn a nice spell like Dominate. That's true. I haven't actually looked at thinking all of it. Let me see. We've currently got 6 SP, so we could learn any enchantment spell technically. Oh, it's not an enchantment spell. Oh wait, it is. It's way down here. Oh, because also we get it for only 2. Really, target enemy unit with 40 HP or lower becomes your minion. Oh wow. Okay. One of the things I really like about that spell is, unlike our skeletons that we create as allies, these actually retain their abilities, right? Which can be really neat, huh? Try to capture the boss of each stage, yeah. Also, with 40 HP or lower, I assume that means, you can hurt them and then dominate them, right? But this doesn't heal them, which I guess is kind of problematic. Also, it only has 4 charges. Of course, it's only level 3, which means that it would cost 2 if we would go over there and learn it on the enchantment circle, which is really cheap. If you dominate a brood mother, you get free beasts. That's a really crazy idea, yeah. Oh, wow, it used to work on generators, too? Generators. Oh, but that'd have to be below 40 HP, right? Well, I guess that would make sense if you damage it. Because you have to have something that can damage it down to that without destroying it. The hurting thing's an upgrade. By default, it's based on max HP. The hurting thing is... I'm not sure what you mean. So, the target enemy with 40 HP or lower becomes your minion. It's based on max HP? Anyway, max charges, we can increase max charges on that. Improved HP threshold. Ooh, that could be pretty cool. Get dominate and improve the HP threshold. I'm sure that's within possibility. Also, brute force persuasion. I guess the HP threshold upgrade bumps to 80 maybe. That could be pretty awesome. Brute force persuasion is probably neat. But you have to read the description to get it? Yeah, I haven't, I can't read the description here of the upgrades. Dominate does seem interesting. Also not incredibly expensive there, but it's only got 4 charges. I guess you can get multiple spells, multiple enchantment spells even. Any other recommendations or interesting stuff we could look at? To drop in there and maybe grab? Because the problem is mainly we just can't shock immediately. Mainly because I'm being kind of stubborn. I want to use up other stuff first, which I think is probably okay. Petrification aura. These are spells. Wait a minute, what was that one? Dominate spell. I like the ability. Really like the idea of getting enemies with abilities, though, because there's a lot of enemies with really neat abilities. Watcher form makes you physical immune. Seriously? I mean, I'm not too worried about that right now, but technically it's all physical enemies, which you seem to run into. Watcher form, is that? Where is that even? That's under. It's not under enchantments. Oh, never mind. It is. I have suggested. Wait a minute. Did they change it? No wonder it's been easier to find stuff. They're in alphabetical order now. So since last week's stream, I suggested to the developer that he put these in alphabetical order within the SP range, and they're now in alphabetical order. Yes, exactly, Vectus. Alphabetization enhanced. Yeah, the developer Dylan saw that I had streamed, and I pointed out that was pretty much one of my biggest feedbacks from the last stream, is that I would really like it if this was alphabetized. I was kind of just glancing around because I didn't notice at first, but now it makes it so much easier to find stuff when you're looking for something specific, right? Awesome. All right, so Watcher form here is enchantment. What's that do? Whoa, what? Oh, it only lasts 5 turns, but you cannot move or cast spells. What? Each turn, fire a lightning bolt at the farthest enemy in line of sight, dealing 40 lightning damage in a beam. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. Huh. In a beam. This seems great for corridors. Like, super great. Stand at a corridor when you're a bunch of enemies coming down it, 40 damage to everything in the corridor at once. And you're, like, immune to a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, 4-Bit Friday, welcome. We are still exploring Rift Wizard. Oh, and as a reminder for everyone else who's showed up later, I am going to be streaming again tomorrow. We're going to be playing a new Cogmind build. So, but I wanted to see if we could try and finish up or at least advance our Rift Wizard run first, especially because I've been really wanting to play. Watcher form does seem pretty awesome. Also enchantment. Pain Mirror and Sealing Seal are great. You think so? I didn't think those were all that interesting. Well, actually, was it this one? Oh yeah, I did see that one. Maybe I'd have to use it to see. Didn't feel all that interesting, but anyway. All right, so what exactly was going on here? Oh yeah, I was thinking about Dominate because it just seems like a cool spell to get. And if we got this, we'd still have 4 SP left. I'm liking the idea of dropping into the next floor and grabbing, using the circle immediately to get some enchantment stuff. Because we have 6 SP. I mean, technically we could wait on it, but I think this will make it a lot easier. Again, it's mostly my stubbornness. Don't want to use a mana potion immediately for the purposes of getting death shock charges back right away. In which case it'd be nice to have some other spells to use instead, alongside these. Alright, so I like the idea of Dominate. 4 charges only is... it means like you don't want to... If you're going to use Dominate, you're going to have to do it on something that is going to like give you some awesome stuff. Like the... where's the Brood Mothers in the next floor? There is a Brood Mother right here. Look at that. Oh, it has 72 hit points though. How do you get it? How do you get it? You'd have to get it down to 40, right? We can't do that. I'm gonna send out some ghost balls, but did we look at the high-level dark skill I mentioned? Well, we can't really get. What we're looking at now is basically, can we use this enchantment circle to get some good spells, or use our SP right away for some couple of extra spells? Anyway, so Death Bolt 67. Oh, actually, if we hit this guy with a Death Bolt, no. Wait a minute. What about? No, I can't do that without Death Shock. Shoot. How much is it? Death Shock does 74. Anyway, I like the idea of dominating these guys. Yeah. Of course, The fact that they're going to travel around and look for enemies too is not as helpful. I mean, they're going to spawn displacer beasts, but at the same time, they'll probably die before they've spawned almost any because you've damaged them. Oh, I see. Stormlock says, yeah, I gotta pick great targets for Dominate, but lots of levels you can get an enemy immune to the whole floor or something that summons allies. I see. Yeah, I like that idea. It doesn't seem to help us immediately here, except for we can almost get this. Almost, but not quite, because we're going to end up having to... They'll die immediately as soon as we get them on our side. Unless, like, literally we got here... got here, moved over a bit, dominate them, and then zap everything else in this corner. But to do that, I'd have to use Death Shock right away, which is kind of what I was trying not to do. Oops, I love doing that. Currently have 6 SP. Oh, that's right. If you're going to get Dominate here, you need to get the HP threshold. I completely forgot about the upgrading. That's true. We can upgrade it. Yeah, alright, that might work. Let's do that because it sounds like fun. Get that and upgrade it. I mean, it's cheap. Is there anything else I need to use before going in? No. Gonna have to drop right here. What's this guy do again? So it's just all physical running around, right? This guy's gonna spawn storm clouds, which is gonna be kind of annoying. This level seems like it's gonna get really nasty. I like this space here in the middle, where there's like a giant chasm in the middle and you can walk up to the edge and see the other side, but only fly over it. It's like access for flyers through this tunnel here. Character sheet. It changes colors. I like how it changes the color of the character sheet button because you've got you're standing on top of that sword attunement. It lists that under Death Shock. That's nice. Max charges gains 2. For a cost of only 1. Improved HP threshold. Gains 40 HP threshold. I guess that means plus 40. Also HP. HP there is should be capitalized P. Little another typo. What is this one? Brute force persuasion. Dominate gains 1 check current HP. What? Dominate targets based on current HP instead of max HP. Ah, I see. Wow. That's pretty interesting. I mean, that's for super massive enemies, because once you've increased the HP threshold, I mean, you can dominate things that are already up to 80, which is pretty awesome in itself. So you'd have to do this if you wanted to go even higher. I wonder how big and powerful the enemies can get where this becomes like a super valuable thing to do. Alright, so I guess we'll go for the improved HP threshold. Are we going to bother with max charges? Should I go for that as well? Plus 2 charges on it? Stormlock says pretty big. That's scary to know. Like ridiculously huge pools of HP. That would be cool then to get something like just amazingly powerful on your side with Dominate. I like that sound of that. Does Dominate care about creature type? It doesn't sound like it. It better not. I mean, it just says target enemy unit. You can literally dominate anything in the game. Range of 5. That's something I never even really paid attention to, is what the actual range on this spell is. Range of 5. So you have to get within 5 range of whatever it is. You want to do that too. Definitely try it on the generators. Might still work. That could be interesting. Dominate a lich seems silly. That would be so cool. That's what I was thinking about just now, is dominating stuff like that. They make a jar and you have an immortal minion. Well, it wouldn't be immortal. Stormlock says I've had pet liches before. Very silly. Huh. Yeah, I'm liking the idea of dominate. Uh, actually, we can get that later. I was gonna say I can't get all these right now, unfortunately. But technically, we could get this before we leave because we'll still have access to the circle. And then we'll have a dominate build as well. Hey, Salamander, welcome to the stream. What's the gist of this? We are wizard. The gist of this is we spend 30 to 40 minutes planning each map and then like 5 to 10 minutes playing it. We are picking spells right now. I think we'll probably fully upgrade dominate. In which case I want both of these, and then before we leave, wait a minute, 3. Oh, I can't get both. Shoot, I can't get this, and then also get this if we leave. We won't get the max charges. We're gonna definitely need this. The next question is, are we gonna grab this before we leave? And if so, I guess we have to leave max charges for now. And instead go for brute force persuasion. I kind of wish I also want max charges, but oh wait a minute, we get 3-5. What am I talking about? I keep forgetting we're gonna get. For some reason, I was thinking we're only getting 1. We get 3 more SP. We're gonna get all this stuff later. So we can grab this now, and then I'm gonna grab this before we leave. Another option is to lean into ally buffs. Dominated allies with regeneration or extra resists can be very strong. Yeah, that seems nice. I mean. I'm kind of wanting to see if we can get a super powerful ally with this minion master build. Yeah, we're trying that. We've been using skeletons so far, and they're quite effective. But we're gonna need to start expanding out. And I like the idea of dominate. It's cool. So I'm gonna go with gonna get some max charges first. And unfortunately, it doesn't help us until we actually use the mana potion. But target. Alright, we're sitting right here. We can't immediately dominate this guy, sadly. If I step here, he steps here, dominate him, then I get to deathbolt the guy. I'm pretty sure we should be able to dominate spawners as well. Wow, doesn't that mean this becomes like an RTS? I mean, it's not really RTS, turn-based RTS, but then RTS, like we build our own base with our own spawners, and we send out our ogres after the enemy spawners. All right, we're gonna go right over here. You're the one who turned this into a turn-based RTS, yeah. Alright, so I move here, this guy moves here, this guy presumably moves up here. I should be able to dominate this guy next turn. Oh yeah, gotta remember there's gonna be storm clouds showing up everywhere. Do I want to dominate him immediately? I might not want to do that. Might want to instead start death bolting guys. Death bolt that guy. Then it would be that guy. Death bolt. Death bolt. Here. Death bolt. 3 death bolts in a row. Actually, wait. He's gonna be already there. Kill this guy. This guy's gonna stop here. I'd have to death bolt him first. These guys are gonna start channeling in. Alright, how much damage do these do? Because basically if I dominate this guy, I just don't want him to die immediately. Which means I need to kind of protect him a little bit first. Also, we have the Ghost Ball. Okay, so you should remember that. Deathbolt. This guy moves here. Deathbolt him. They're going to start streaming in from this side, and he's going to block. He's going to get me in the rear. That's not good. Maybe I should drop a Ghost Ball first. Because a Ghost Ball, in this case, is basically just an impenetrable wall. What killed that ghost? Lightning damage from sorcery. Idol of sorcery uses grant sorcery. Okay. Yep. We have a problem. That's a typo. That is a typo. Isn't, I think. This guy got sorcery. Yeah, this is what did it. It did it though because it didn't have that before, right? It says sorcery. Yeah, touched by lightning. Oh my god. These idols are gonna, oh my gosh. I was thinking of dropping over here to get rid of them specifically for that reason, but then I started assuming it's gotta be 5 range. Oh no. This is bad. This is incredibly bad. This is not just incredibly bad. We're gonna like friggin' lose here in a second. Oh, this is very bad. Can I dominate an idol? Not that that would be super helpful immediately, but... That's a really nasty typo, man. That is a nasty typo. That changes everything. Anyway, but that does reinforce what I was suggesting earlier. It seemed like these descriptions, they're not based on game data. They're actually just typed in descriptions rather than being game data with substituted stuff in there. But anyway. On the bright side, now when you dominate the Broodmother, it'll be immune to lightning clouds and it won't rush into melee. Stormlock looking at the bright side. I wish these guys didn't deal massive amounts of... Wait, oh yeah, I got the skeleton from there. Alright. You're right. Shoot, he just spawned a guy too. Alright, I need to... Deathbolt this guy. Hey, Icebox. What was the typo? The typo here is that the range on this, it says 5. It's actually 50. It's 50. This thing can grant spells to everything on the map. I assumed it was going to be things just nearby. So all the plans were based on what we knew about the enemies and didn't include the fact that they could all now cast spells. We'll be in good shape if the Dominate works on generators. I agree. I think it'll still work out. It's just getting really, really hairy. Does hovering over with Alt show range? Ah! Icebox! Where were you before? Alt shows its actual range. And yeah, I was planning on using a teleporter. That's the reason I was asking about these sorcery idols and whatnot. If we can just dominate them. Can I cast dominate on a sorcery? I guess it works if it has, even if it has a shield, because it has nothing. It's not damage. Yeah, the alt here really changes things. If we'd known this, I probably would have gone over here and tried to take this out immediately. Both of the idols, or even just dominated them and then dominated these guys and have lightning frogs and stuff coming out of the corner. But anyway, we're gonna have to deal with what we've got here. Dominate does go through shields. That's awesome. All right. Well, anyway, the dominate will be pretty good once we start using it shortly. I think I want to death bolt this guy who's sitting right next to me first, though. And actually make sure we can dominate. We should still be able to dominate this guy next turn, hopefully. Weavile says, Ice Spike should have been here when, to back you up when the range is 50. Yes, we did have one vote that the range was actually 50. Alright. Okay, well, we're now learning the hard way. I'm also sitting under a storm cloud, which just zapped me. Wonderful. Friendly broodmother. Also, this displacer beast just teleported right next to us. They only do 3 physical damage, so I think I'm just going to ignore that for now. Also, he's going to die next turn. Never mind, our skeleton's going to kill him. Alright, we're doing okay in this corner. I need to get out of this corner now. Touched by fire. Anyway, well, that's pretty cool. This is an insane level. Gonna death bolt this guy too. Now we own the corner. What's this got left at? 3 turns. One turn left on the spawners. We can take them. No, wait, what? Friendly. Friendly, yes. Alright. We can own the spawners. This guy's friendly. Shoot, that guy killed our friend. I thought he was gonna die. Alright, we can own spawners. That's going to be really essential here because this map is about to get even more insane. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, this is insane. I really kind of want to teleport over there and kill these things, but honestly, almost like I feel like most of the enemies now are going to have spells. This does this every turn. 2 of them. Kill them, why not dominate? Yeah, right. Okay, dominate, yeah. That's what I mean. Dominate. Teleport over there and dominate them so that they can give spells to our guys. The problem is, I'm a little worried. I think I need to support my army over here and our ogre gates. He's going to kill our guy again, isn't he? Oh, what's this guy here? 6 turns left. Maybe I should just own this guy too. One of the idols gave the other a spell. Oh god. Yeah, this idol has a spell now too. Oh my gosh. Also, these ranged spells are gonna destroy our guys pretty badly. Our guys are regular guys. Their guys are spell buffed. Death Shock is going to be very necessary. Yeah, very, very necessary. I've been holding off on it as long as I can, but the thing is our Death Shock can't go around corners, which is going to make it harder to use. Once we start using it though, things are going to die pretty quickly. let's do... Alright, we're in our own little corner here. I think I should head northwest here and try and just start zapping all this stuff away. I'm gonna use a mana potion and just start zapping. We now own both of these gates. But unless, like, I teleport over here and take these over, our allies aren't going to be doing very good. Now is the chance to teleport, I know. That's what I was thinking. It's kind of a dilemma. I mean, if I stay here and first zap all this stuff, then teleport, it might be better. I mean, because if I teleport first and deal with these, there's a pretty decent chance that our friends over here won't be able to overcome everything else, because they're going to get attacked. Everything over here is going to start going into this corner. Even if I get over here, they're not going to come after me. So it's kind of... I feel like I should head up here first and then zap as much stuff as possible. Use a mana potion, zap the middle of the map, and then teleport if necessary, or at least decide what to do later. Don't teleport immediately, I think. Of course, getting to the middle of the map is going to take another few turns. I have to go 1, 2, at least 3 turns before I can start seeing and zapping all this stuff. Well, maybe might be able to get a little sooner. Oh, plus I also have to spend the turn to use the potion. Because I think most enemies already have magic now anyway. Well, not most. I can't actually tell. It's hard to tell by looking around unless I count them all. I'm trying to think of how many enemies actually don't have spells yet. Wait a minute, can they get more than one spell? No, they only have one. I mean, most enemies already have spells anyway, so I don't think we're gaining much. The only thing we gain by teleporting now is allowing these guys to give our guys spells, which is definitely helpful. The longer you wait to teleport, the more breathing room you'll have by the idols. If you go now, that frog is close. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I think I should wait on the teleport. This guy got a spell too. Alright, we're gonna get hit. That did not kill as many guys as I thought it might. Who survived? There is the toad over there too, but he's not who survived. Who blocked that? It would be nice if this was color coded, right? Or had more. It wasn't just all black and white, so we could also see maybe color them. Since a lot of builds are ally builds, maybe color the names of things by whether or not they're an ally or an enemy. That would actually be really useful for reading this. Some are getting a lightning immunity. Yeah, but we also have dark damage, which is enough to kill a lot of them. I'm curious what... Yeah, this one here. Here's this guy, the ogre. The ogre got resist lightning. That's right. Shoot. All right. Yeah, that's actually going to become a problem. Oh, to be fair, you usually don't get enemies on your side. Yeah, but I mean just not enemies also, but just allies too. But at the same time, yeah, you'll be more familiar with what allies you have. That's true as well. You won't necessarily have the enemies on your side. I was just thinking it makes it easier to parse than that. I mean, any kind of color coding would help rather than white. Everything white, right? Okay, this is gonna be problematic. Death Bolt more to get a larger horde? To be honest, no, that's not really going to work here because there's too much of a cluster here now. This cluster, all these guys have spells, so as soon as you take one guy over here, then everybody else piles in and kills them immediately. The log is pretty new, needs some tweaks. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even appear in the help menu. Or at least it didn't last time I played. I wonder if it's on the help menu now. No. Still not listed. I mean, I guess it's still under development anyway. But yeah, I played most of the last run without even knowing that it was a thing. Alright, so if I try and do more death shocks, unfortunately these toad beasts are also going to stop that. Plus they resist lightning. Oh man, this is getting really nasty. Now that yeah, I agree, Stormluck. Now that we've spent the potion, you may as well start using the death shocks just to thin out the enemies. It's gonna, some of them will be blocked, but that's what I want to do now, but unfortunately we're not in range. I gotta move up one more before we can get it to start death shocking again. We now have 30 HP too, which is kind of low. What's the range on these guys? These guys have a lot of range. I don't want to die suddenly. I can't even shock through a lot of these guys now. I'm within striking range of a lot of enemies. To the point where actually I kind of need to use a potion. Actually, some of these enemies are going to get hit by storm clouds. A lot of them are resistant to lightning now. Yeah, we have a lot of charges on Death Bolt, and we can't even use them right now, though. I mean, it's 72. Can I die in one turn is what I want to know right now. One, two, three, four. 5 of these guys can hit me right now. This guy has lightning as well. Yeah, all of them do. What does this do? There's 5 damage. 5. They all do 5 damage? It's all 5 lightning damage. Alright, so I can take up to 25 damage. Some of them are gonna hit this, but I shouldn't be able to die in one turn. So I can do 1 death shock and then start death bolting things. Oh, haven't had that before. So HP turns red there. I was actually kind of hoping for the frog. Yeah, we're in the HP danger zone. The idol will do 5 damage to you when you teleport over there. That's true. Well, one of them would. This one, oh, now they both will. And also this frog is turning around. Why is this frog turning around? He was originally leaving the corner. Got blocked by something. Yeah, the shock did at least go through some, chain through some stuff. It didn't feel, I was hoping it would have killed more around close to Bry though. It killed stuff further away. Randomly back hop? Oh, you're right, it does hop. That's true. It must have randomly done that. Okay, we have a lot of mana. Main thing I'm worried about is health here. Do I think, whoops, wrong button. I still shouldn't get attacked though. We have now an ogre closer by, but they can do 20 damage. which means exactly how much health I have. I think I need to use the potion. Well, unless I take one of them out, in which case we're definitely safe. So we can't dominate the toad. We don't have enough. Our dominate only goes up to 80 hit points. I was thinking of we could dominate one of the others or use a death bolt. I want to use a death bolt on the toad once it gets weaker. I was hoping that the death shock would have weakened the toad and then I just death bolted. And then we have a big old HP sink up there. Unfortunately, that did not work. So, all right. So what I was thinking instead is using a death bolt on something else here. I guess we use it on the ogre, just to weaken the number of enemies over here. Reduce the number of enemies and they'll also get attacked. And it's the one with the highest hit points that I can actually destroy. Yeah, our death bolt damage is currently 72, so we're still too far away from the toad beast. Unfortunately, the biggest thing we can get is an ogre. Yeah, we got hit for. We're down at 17 now. And there's currently 3 that can hit us. They just killed our skeleton in one turn, of course. I could fire off another death shock here and then hope to dominate the toad. It's a really good thing we've got our friend makers in the back, huh? Although it'll be nice if and when we can give them spells. Won't be able to dominate the toad without the upgrade. Yeah, I won't be able to dominate. I would want to use the death bolt on it, not dominate him. Just to have an HP sink, but let's see, what is this guy? 30. Resist fire, resist lightning. We can still kill him with a shock. We can kill both of these guys. There's a lot of these guys up in here are weak now. The main thing is the toad. Anyway, I think we'll probably use death shock again. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Is shock this and death bolt the toad once he gets hit. I mentioned that earlier. Didn't do that though. We now have 14 health. Did I just get pushed? Who the hell pushed me? Allies can push you? I assumed they could have to wait or something. I just got pushed by allies. They're like, get out there on the front line. Oh, the toad dragged you. Good point, good point. That's what it was. The toad. Sorry. Does that say that on the message log, I guess? Towing toad beast. Oh, it healed 5. Of course it did. Uses tongue lash. Yeah, okay, you're right. I forgot about that. Player took 3 physical damage from tongue lash. That's what did the 3 damage. I was wondering what did the 3 damage. Alright. 8 range. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't thinking about the lash. Also, partially because I was around the corner. I kind of liked being in that safer spot around the corner. It's a little more dangerous where I'm standing now, but there's still only 3 enemies that can hit me. Until the toad pulls you over there, and then suddenly everyone can hit you. Yeah, I had forgotten. I was wondering where the 3 damage came from. I forgot the tongue pull does 3 damage. All right. It's getting a little dangerous here because I haven't used a healing potion yet. Unfortunately, that did not work on the toad. It would have been perfect if the toad got hit. The thing is, there's now our death shock has too big of a range and it can hit too many different things to really kind of predict where it'll go when there's groups, as we're used to be able to do that. It's kind of an advantage of shorter range in some cases. But so we're less likely to get what we want here. It can fly off into somewhere else. It can be a disadvantage. Could try once more to shock the troll. We can be pulled out If we get pulled one more space over, like 3 more enemies can hit us and it would kill us. Yeah, it might be time to teleport. We're at 14 HP. So I'm going to teleport down here into the corner. Dominate has a range of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shoot. There's no way I can do this. No, wait, there is one way. I can teleport to right here. If you teleport to the middle of both of them, the one to the south can't actually hit us. And we can use this position to dominate that one, and then step 1 space and dominate that one. Being pulled into the cloud, that would be nasty. Yeah, I wouldn't want to cast from this point. I would want to, if we were going to stay up here, I would want to try and move back again and swap places with our allies. Then there'd be 2 allies up here. But it wouldn't really help us at all. I think it's really time to teleport. So I want to teleport to right here. We'll take 1 shot from this, dominate it, use a health potion, and step around the corner and dominate the other one too. Actually, though, if we dominate that, the Toad's just going to kill it, isn't he? Nah, he's got a shield. I should be able to still manage to own this corner, probably. It'll last. Yeah, we have to teleport to the middle. Alright. It's 50% physical resistant too? Oh yeah, it is. Plus it's got 2 shield. I mean, we'll be able to deal with the Toad. With death bolts. Or, yeah. Just a couple death bolts. Yeah, I said the shields, Sandwich. Alright, teleport. First time I've actually teleported. 1, 2, 3, 4. We should be able to dominate this guy just fine. Oh wow, wait, what? The idol moved. Oh, never mind. I keep forgetting this guy's got his tongue thing. Also, we didn't. Hey, teleport's free. He didn't actually hit us. Oh, maybe it's because he used his other ability. He used grant sorcery rather than sorcery. Maybe this guy can't attack us if he's busy doing this other thing. Anyway, in that case, we can dominate the other one immediately. How did this guy move up there? I don't understand why that idol just went northeast. This guy's supposed to tongue pull, but he got pushed into a corner. Oh, wait, what? Oh, Weavile says mobs cast spells from top to bottom. Oh, you mean in their list that they've got over there? Oh, okay. Interesting. A lot of people in chat are surprised here. Our friends are still alive in the corner. Alright, now we're gonna get spells. We have a skeletal ogre with sorcery. Touched by fire. Kill the toad before it kills your shrine. Yeah, we're going to do that next. Unfortunately, the shrine... Alright, yeah, he's perfectly good. Alright, we're going to have to kill him with a couple death bolts. Wait, what? We have a new spell on our list. Touched by fire. This buff doesn't have a duration. Are you now fire immune for the whole game? That would be pretty amazing. Also, what is this? I mean, does this mean when we use a mana potion, it's gonna give us a new spell here? Is this on our spell list even? It's called sorcery. Is this sorcery? Upgrade sorcery. There's no upgrades. It's just a basic sorcery spell. It doesn't even have any info about it, like charges. No charges is 0. Does it just stay that way? If it's for the whole game, it would be busted. Get an allied. That would be pretty cool, huh? Permanent fire immunity. Alright. Can you be touched by fire and lightning? I guess not, huh? Because that would be cool. I don't know. It can't be permanent, right? Well, I don't know. Anything's possible. Yeah, there's no enemies. Spammable fire spell. It's not castable, right? Oh wait, it is castable. We have a. What does it do? Damage? Range 7. There's no damage listed under it. Does it actually damage though? I wonder. We'll have to experiment later. Right now is not the time, but it costs 0. I mean, well, it has 0 charges, which is kind of weird. I thought it would be something maybe we can at least charge, but no, we don't even have to charge it. But it has a range 7 and doesn't do damage. I can't tell. Anyway, all right, we're gonna hit this guy with a death bolt and get rid of him. I think it is permanent. You can pre-buff before going to the next level. Yeah, as long as this doesn't have a duration associated with it. Can you click on this? No. Okay. Just wondering. Highlights. Doesn't give any more information or anything else. Alright, we're gonna need it's funny. Death bolt. This guy. This guy's friendly now, right? Yeah, I did that. Skeletal towering toad beast. Tooltips are not reliable, we know this. Alright, alright, we're in a better position than we were at this when I was freaking out, at least. Still not great. Our friends are doing okay in the corner. I'm trying to think of obscure spells now. Pretty sure some cause self-damage. Oh, pretty sure some cause self-damage. You're thinking of fire damage, like spells that fire spells that normally could kill you with fire, but if you're immune to it, you can you can like SP into that and then just burn everything. Oh man. All right. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Okay, so our friends are actually surviving over here, and a lot of the enemies turned around and are coming for us instead. So I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. It's good in the fact that there's enough time now for our idols to give our friends a lot of spells, which is cool. Alright, we have a good skeleton here, but he's not going to last too long. We need to start killing other stuff. Troll. Alright, we're going to start death bolting ogres, I mean. I don't like how this is in that corner. Makes it harder to get to. The remaining spawners are going to be problematic. Summon army of fire drakes. They just set everything on fire with their breath, I guess. Hey, Omi-chan. The biggest drawback of dragon spells is friendly fire from cones and stuff. Yeah, I haven't actually really seen much except for we fought one dragon. That's pretty much all my only dragon experience so far. Seems like a bigger thing later though, and there's a bunch of spells around them. All right, so I think I'm gonna go north and death bolt this guy, or maybe shock first. Depends on what's happening, I guess, when I get up there. Also, I need to watch my health. I guess the problem with our toad beast here is he's now fighting at range. He could walk up and do a lot more damage, but he's fighting things from range. If I shock this, it'll kill both of these guys, and it's more likely to just stop at one of these other dudes rather than continue on to the. Oh, that's a brood mother. I want that. Oh, Weavile says 14 HP is stressing me out. I know, I've been playing it very close. Probably unnecessarily so. I've been still continuing to think about using the healing potion. Yeah, you're right. Saving a few HP. The main thing is not just saving a few HP. The purpose right now is not to save HP. I don't want to get hit at all anymore. What I want to do is basically make sure that I don't want to use the turn for something that would be more productive than using it for healing right now. But I agree. Right now, actually, we have a free turn probably. And I'm kind of waiting for this guy to come in so I can start death bolting stuff. So healing potion is probably good right now. Use your fire sorcery to kill the displacer beast. If it'll kill him, it doesn't even have any damage listed. I'm assuming it will do damage, but yeah. Alright, our toad beast is finally advancing. There's one that had 5 HP but it's dead now. Yeah, I mean, I use it at some other point just to experiment, but I'll wait until it's safe. It's a completely safe move to do. Okay, Broodmother. I'm still thinking we need to dominate the Broodmother here. Don't want to do it quite so soon though, they'll die really fast. I prefer to do it after taking out some of these enemies. Death Bolt. Alright, I'm not in range yet. Shoot, I can Death Bolt this. That would just give us 30. Whatever, I'm just going to Death Bolt it because Are we winning in the top left? This is our front line here. I like how the Broodmother is just sitting in the back. Still. That's being helpful. We have 3 spawners in the corner. If I do Death Bolt too quickly, I'd be kind of worried that it would kill the Broodmother. But nah, the Broodmother is totally surrounded now. Whatever. I think we're just going to start Death Bolting through stuff here. This is definitely the goofiest map the room we visited for sure. Yeah, this one's got really goofy. Mainly because of that typo. That changed everything in a split second. Toad Beast is still sitting here. Wait, what? Interesting. It's not including their range. What is it up with our Toad Beast? Our Toad Beast has sorcery, but it's not showing their range on the attack. It shows it for others. Why doesn't it show it for our Toad Beast? I wonder if that's a bug, or if there's something else going on. So many things happening in one single attack. I don't even know what's happening, says Johnson Lynn. Here's the answer, Johnson Lynn. That's everything that happened since the last turn. Just read it all and assume where everything is. Yeah, it's true though. It can really get crazy when there's a lot of stuff going on. Fun though. Alright, I'm still wondering about this. I guess I'll just continue doing the same stuff. Alright, it'd be... Oh, the toad hopped. Broodmother is back there. There's another Broodmother there. And another one up there. There's 3 of them out there. Whoops. Toad is now dead. Actually, that's actually really unfortunate. Our friend killed the toad. I should have not attacked the toad first. I should have attacked something else instead of the toad. I forgot our friend here is going to cast a spell instead of walk. Walk over there. It would have been smarter to let our friend attack the toad and I attack something else, and then I could attack them next turn, and then we'd have a toad up front. That was kind of the intent. Didn't work. Good thing we've got death bolts. Death bolts. And of course our idols are just giving our friends a lot of resistance and spells. This is the longest it's ever taken to actually fight a single level. Alright, I owned another broodmother here. Dominated! Ghost Ball has become the least useful spell overall. Everything else super useful. Sorcery I can't say yet. I just mean in the today. Today it's become the least useful spell. It's been useful yet all during the previous day, the first stream. I'm just ranking them. It will be useful again soon. Oh, I'm sure it will. I mean, I'm just ranking them according to today, what it's been useful. I just noticed we haven't even been using it up. We're barely using it at all, but we've used a lot of other spells. It makes sense, though. You go through different phases and different maps with different types of enemies where it's going to matter more or less. All right. Oh, I can actually hit this with a death bolt. Whoa, everything just died. Stop attacking the broodmother. Oh, good. He's dead. Damn it. I want to get out of here as soon as possible, but this ogre's coming around the corner. I want to get down to this thing. Dominate the gate to our south. I can't. I have to wait. Broodmother's almost dead. What? Oh, there's a toad up there. Whoa, what's the range on the toad's tongue? He totally pulled me in the wrong direction. 8 range? Huh. Didn't realize he had enough range to do that from that corner. My bad. Damn it. Getting pulled in the wrong direction now. That's a cooldown, does it? No, it does not. Shoot. Death Bolt damage is at 84. Oh, it's one more and we could get a toad. Ghost Ball does seem like it needs support to really shine, though, I assume. Yeah. The shrines make or break spells in this game. Can never tell what'll be amazing later on. Kill Ogre, then Toad. Yeah. I'm gonna kill the Ogre, then the Toad. You're dead. I'm gonna get pulled north again. And now, you're dead. Oh, yeah. We now have an 86 power Death Bolt. Okay. We're winning. We have more guys than they do. We can cast spells. Dominate is very cool. Alright, what does it have? One spawn. Displacer? What about Displacer? We've got 3 brood. We got 2 brood mothers. There's a third one over here if I wanted it. We have both of them. There's our one in the back is only just now coming out. This is the one at the front line, which has already spawned another one. But what's this at? That's at 25. The other brood mothers. I should probably dominate that too, huh? I have to move out first anyway. Or save the domination. Right now, we're getting to the point where should I save spells or not? Yeah, I kind of wanted to save the dominates at this point. We have more death bolts. We could use that too. On that gate, 8 turns, 14, 41. Alright, I'm gonna kill this guy too. And then they're gonna take the gate out. And then there's 2 gates left, which we should be good to go now. There's no way the enemy can overpower this. Let's head... There's a brood mother up here in the northeast, which is about to die. So I think we're fine up there too. It's gonna just take a little while, that's all. Keep racking up more damage potential. Yeah. The enemy spawns on a ranged attack, so they're toast. Yeah, we have the ranged attacks now. They don't. We should be pretty good. Plus we've got Displacer Beasts. We're spawning way more than that. It should be clear. It's over. The enemy gate is firing at us. Whew. Well, that could have been bad. For SP. I've done a slime wizard build before too, says Stormlock. Most levels ended with me waiting in a corner for slimes and generators to overwhelm the map. Alright, that worked out. Okie dokie, what do we get here? We get the Earthquake Orb. Pick that up. Also, we're going to be immune to fire, it looks like. Earthquake Orb. Deals 25 physical damage. It destroys walls. That's pretty cool. We did pick up another physical shield. We got 4 of those now. I got Portal Disruptor. Oh, yeah, I can see so many cool builds in this game. And we have 2 potions again. Health potions. But in pretty good shape right now. Alright, so we have 4 SP we can use. There is an enchantment circle, and I think we're going to look at... Do we want to upgrade Dominate? While we're at it. Dominate targets based on current HP instead of max HP. This seems like something like kind of getting ahead of ourselves in terms of what we might need, because... I mean, yeah, presumably there's super powerful enemies later with lots of HP, but I mean, how far along is that? Could we need something else more, before that? Nature skills. Try looking at nature skills if you want a minion build. Do we pick up Restless Dead now? I'm moving away from Restless Dead. Oh, that's a skill. Nature and enchantment. Is there anything? Oh, there was the Sight of Blood thing we saw. Lightning Storm, Blizzard. Protect minions. All allied units gain 50 physical resist, 50 fire resist, and 50 lightning resist. Oh, it's only 10 turns though. I like permanent things. 50 physical fire and lightning. 5 charges. Level 3. It's only level 3, which and it can get it for only 2 SP at the moment, which is a lot more reasonable than 3, right? You meant skills, not spells? Yeah, that's where I was going first. That's right. Let's see. I have a rage. Inflict berserk on every 3 turns. Inflict berserk on a random enemy unit in line of sight for 2 turns. That's pretty interesting. That could really mess up groups of enemies. Wait, I'm gonna look at these anyway. Whenever an enemy unit targets you with a spell or attack, that unit is petrified for 2 turns. Wow. Imagine having that on... It only lasts 10 turns, but if we had that on this floor and all those enemies with their idle spells, all petrifying themselves. Well, poisoned enemies lose 100 poison resist for 10 turns. Oh, interesting. Regeneration aura. Each turn for 8 turns, all allied units in a 10-tile radius are healed for 4 HP. Upgrades global. Huh. Regeneration aura seems pretty cool. Anyway, let's check out the skills. Alright, this is the... Whoops, I just pressed the wrong thing. Nature skills. And just to get an idea of what these are. Minion regeneration. Each turn, heal each of your minions for 2 HP. Level 4. Actually, wait, the first nature skill? Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? One skill. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Sorry, I felt like I was missing something, but no, skills just start at a cost of 4. That's the way they work. I forgot about that. So anyway, we got minion regeneration, natural vigor. Your summoned units gain 25 physical. All that. Anyway, we're not summoning anything yet. Phase stone. Whenever you enter a new level, summon a phase stone nearby. It has 120 HP and is stationary. Whenever you cast a nature spell, the phase stone heals for 10 HP. Whenever you cast an arcane spell, the phase stone teleports near the target and gains 1 shield. That's an interesting spell. Wow, that's a really cool idea. It seems not something we're going to use, but yeah, it's good if you've got some kind of if you're doing arcane in nature. Whenever an enemy dies, spider spawning. It's not minimum. There aren't any ally buffs though. Poison damage, venom split. Your summoned nature units gain venom split. Hibernation. Your living minions gain sacrifice resist. Yeah, just protection. Pyrophilia. That's great. I love that ability. Thorn Garden. I don't see a lot of stuff in here that can really help us, though. What is this? Collected Agony. Deal the sum total of all poison damage dealt to all units to 1 random unit. Dark damage. What? Interesting ideas. And here's Nature Lord, because there's always got to be Lord stuff, right? Ah, I see. There it is again. Oh, nature spells and skills gain 10 minion health, 7 minion damage. Wow. Huh. Neat. Alright, so what are we doing with our 4 SP, if anything? Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's right. The only enchantment skill is this one. So, can't get that. Also didn't really need it or want it anyway. But so we currently have Dominate. That's right, now we technically can get Restless Dead too. Slime form. Assume slime form for 8 turns. 50 physical resist while in slime form. 100 poison resist. Summon a friendly slime each turn while in that form. Slimes have 10 HP. Have 50% chance each turn to gain 1 max HP. Whoa, what? Huh. Slimes, like, get more powerful? And split... Whoa, what? And split into 2 slimes upon reaching twice their starting HP. Oh, wow. That's very interesting. Slimes of a melee attack which deals 3 poison damage. Not a whole lot of damage, but it's kind of an interesting ability, especially that you assume slime form in order to make this happen. Spells like Slime Form are why Arch Enchanter is so expensive, says Stormlock. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense for sure. And there was Watcher Form. It was a pretty neat spell. Or enchantment spell. You cannot move or cast spells. That's pretty crazy at the same time. Siphon Shields. Just curious, mainly if we want to take advantage of the fact that we've got this enchantment. Though they're not going for any skills in that case. We've got this enchantment circle here. We want to get something else. Eye of Fire. Every 3 turns deals 15 fire damage to a random enemy unit in the line of sight. 30 turns. That's a lot of damage over time. Is this an enchantment on you? Is that something you actually place on the ground, I imagine? Or is it an eye that can actually be attacked? In line of sight. It sounds like it's you. Yeah, it's centered on you then. Basically, you cast this and you just start zapping things. Self-enchant? Yeah. So I can see what Vectus was talking about with like an eye build. All these eyes? Wow. I mean, imagine having a few of these. They're not even on a circle. They're even cheap. What do you have? SP4? Wow. They don't have a lot of charges, but I can see these being pretty cool. Learning about eyes now. I'm so proud of you. Every 3 turns, 15. Every 3 turns. 3 turns is not super fast. It's kind of slow, but I mean over. So it's 150 damage, and it's random enemy. One enemy, so it's only 150. I mean, look at our death bolt compared to that. We can easily crush. But anyway, the way I think of it now is, you know, once you add spells like this, they're secondary. They're additional things that are helping you with extra charges while you've already got your main stuff working for you. Stormlock says it didn't eye build. It kind of gets stuck on levels that spawn on a ton of enemies. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Is when there's a lot of enemies coming. This is too slow. In that case. Flame Gate. Whenever you cast a fire spell, summon a fire elemental at the target. Oh, that's cool. Wait. This effect lasts until you fail to cast a fire spell. By fail to cast, I think it means until you don't cast one for a particular turn. Right? I think it should maybe be reworded, if that's the case. Unless it means fail for some other reason, but I'm pretty sure that's what it means. Based on one of the other spells I saw earlier. Because it's not really failing to cast. Unless I'm misreading it, but I think that's what it means. It's not an enchantment spell, but check Floating Eye. It's a cool spell. Alright, we'll check it out. It's Floating Eye. Oh, it's interesting. At least these is 1/1. What level even is it? Oh, it's an eye spell, I guess. There we go. Floating Eye. Summon a Floating Eye. Floating Eyes have 1 HP, 4 shield, float in place, and passively blink. They have no attacks of their own, but will cast any other eye spells you know upon being summoned. Whoa! That's a really cool spell. Like for an eye build, I mean, obviously you need an eye build for this to kind of work, or at least one other spell. Floating Eyes vanish after 16 turns. I mean, yeah, this can double, triple your quadruple your power. Combine this with the other eye spells. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Chris Sandwich, good point. Chris Sandwich says my eyes too passively blink. So the eye school is small but powerful. Yeah, is this the entire eye school? It literally has 5 spells in it. That's it. You basically get all these eyes and then Floating Eye, and I guess you upgrade them too, so. There's an Eye Lord skill. Yeah, I would imagine there's a skill to go along with it, as usual. Alright. Anyway, I like the word that heals you. Oh, it's because I had enchantment on. Wait, what? Oh, I still had enchantment on. I pressed the wrong button. Wait, word of beauty? That's not the healings. Oh, it's because I accidentally pressed H. A word of undeath? All undead units have their current and maximum HP doubled. Whoa. All other units except the caster lose half their current and maximum HP? Wow. Man, there's some crazy late spells here. Alright. Back to paying attention to what I'm supposed to be doing here. Wait a minute. How do I unfilter? Word school, also small. Siphon shields. Oh, that's right. The other thing I was thinking of, remember, do I want to go ahead and just upgrade Dominate now, or another spell? I kind of like the idea of just upgrading another spell for now, but I might never end up getting the upgrade for Dominate otherwise. It's a much easier take right now. But you could easily add a couple more spells here. Conductance, Blizzard. Let's see what else is there in the dark. What is in the dark enchantment category? Restless Dead, yeah. Yeah, Stormlight says that hold off on upgrading Dominate. You'll find plenty of good targets under 80 HP. Yeah, I would think so. I mean, a lot of the lower HP ones also have a lot of other abilities anyway, which is really what I'm going for. I'm not going for HP when I'm dominating. I'm going for their ability, because in terms of HP, we can use Deathbolt for that. Dark skills? I'm not going for dark. I'm looking for stuff to use enchant and on, though. Is there dark enchantments? No dark enchantments. But yeah, in the dark, this is the dark enchantment spell category. Kind of tempted on Restless Dead, but whatever the enemy dies. Only for living. I don't know. It feels like it overlaps with a lot of stuff we already have. Does Hollow Flesh make things living, or am I remembering wrong? Wait, Hollow Flesh? Really? What? Hollow Flesh curse a group of units. Oh, affected units become undead and lose living. Alright, so it's the opposite of that. It makes things undead. They gain 100 dark resist. Yeah, I don't see that being useful for us here. Essence of Undeath. Blind units have all their spell... Wait, what is this? Oh, each turn blind all units for 1 turn. Blind demon and undead units are unaffected. Blind units have all their spell ranges reduced to 1. That could be super useful. Like, so far, we've had a couple instances where that would have been really helpful to, because our spell range is not very long. I mean, it's medium-ish, and there's enemies that are slightly longer than us in a lot of cases, in which case we can't approach them without getting hit, or using allies and tanking, or using other tactics. But this would allow us to more directly approach them. But that's an idea. Death Chill, saw that earlier. Nightmare Aura. I like the idea of using Suspend Mortality on something we've dominated that's really good. And what does Reincarnation do? Does that put you back up to max health? That's true. There is the Death Cleave. That's what I was thinking of earlier, is the Death Cleave could be really nice with the Death Bolt. We were talking about how it actually chains. Whether a spell you cast, when it's recast on a randomly selected 4 tiles away. I mean, the fact that it's recast means it's going to be doing that full Death Bolt damage against all the other stuff. We don't know if it's going to actually keep stacking, but this could be really powerful. Also, though, it's an enchantment, so you know, I mean, you can only use it. Maybe we should use this as a complement to Death Bolt. Oh yeah, suspend mortality does restore them at max health. That could be really good on a dominated thing. Oh, what? They spawn it randomly on the map at max health? It doesn't come back where they are? They don't reincarnate at the place they died? That's weird and unexpected. Well, I don't know. Okay, it's less unexpected because it's called reincarnate, and I don't know. Oh, for enemies it spawns randomly anyway. Hmm. Can be helpful to get weird situations running though. Also, wait a minute. They get this ability for 40 turns. Does that mean that means basically they can't die for that 40 turns? I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking this gives them another life, but it doesn't. It makes them basically immortal for 40 turns. I assume so. I mean, when they reincarnate, do they lose this enchantment or not? Okay, okay, all right. Now Vectus is saying, yeah. All right, sorry, I was looking at the moving thing. The upgrade says lives. That's true. Yeah, okay, so I did understand correctly. The upgrade says lives. Makes sense. So it is more lives. So, okay, it's one incarnation. Okay. And it only lasts for 40 turns, so they have to... that's fine, though. I mean, you use it on somebody who's either about to die or who's someone who's likely to die within the next 40 turns. 40 turns is a pretty, I think, very generous, actually, range of time. I see. With the spell upgrade, you can give it up to 4 lives. It's plus 3? Is that what it is? Just a flat up plus 3, 1 upgrade? Anyway, I think that's cool. I do also really like the idea of Death Cleave. And Death Cleave normally costs 5, but here it will cost 4. I think we should get Death Cleave just to combine it with Death Bolt, because I use Death Bolt a lot. And this will make our Death Bolt chain. Which is pretty cool, especially because Death Bolt is going to keep getting more powerful. So, yeah, let's go with Death Cleave. Death Cleave works with a ton of great spells. Yeah, it makes sense. It seems like a really cool enchantment. Doesn't last very long, but doesn't need to, right? And 4 charges is, I think, also pretty generous for something that could theoretically be that powerful. How does it upgrade? Cascade range goes from, what is it, 4, isn't it? 4 to 8? Yeah, 4 to 8. Duration increased to, by 3. So currently 2. Haul. Duration is a cool buff for that. Too bad I can't upgrade it now. And max charges is also pretty decent. I like the duration buff, especially since Death Bolt. I can start Death Bolting a bunch of stuff. Because to be honest, once I've done a Death Bolt and it's probably going to keep killing everything, then there won't be much else to cast with nearby unless I move around. So yeah, you can last. It's pretty good. Anyway, sadly, I don't have any more SP here, so we're gonna check out. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at what's in the next place. A dark circle. Wait, what was Death Cleave again? Death Cleave is dark. There's a dark circle over here. Dark circle with, oh my gosh, with a Bone Wizard and a Frostfire Mage. 2 mages. You know, I haven't gone up against one of these yet, but they seem really bad. Also a Fire Lich and a Box of Woe. Awesome. And this one is a Swamp Queen. So apparently we're going to have to fight a boss no matter what. I've been avoiding the bosses for the past 2 deaths. But yeah, Box of Woe. Dark Circle seems worth. Alright, so we've got here Ruby Heart, Portal Disruptor, Healing Potion, and down here we've got 2 mana potions and a teleporter. Lightning Circle. Box of Woe. I'm really curious about that. This was a Dark Circle with just 1 mana potion and a physical shield. Yeah, and we do have the option to reroll, yeah, if we want to. I don't know how common is it to have wizards and basically boss type characters like these wizards in a map, because there's all 3 of these have one. I'm just curious if I assume it's just more common later on in the game anyway. It's just a natural thing to start having to face off against them. Realm 10 and above, no more kitty realms. Bosses get more common as you get deeper. Yeah, I would imagine. This one has 2 boss. Both of these have 2 bosses. Let's look at this because I want to see what these guys do. Box of Woe. Arcane Dark Construct. It can't move. Each turn it deals 2 ice or dark or lightning damage to enemy units in a 9-tile radius. Releases 3 evil spirits when destroyed. Okay, that doesn't seem too terrible. Well, I mean, it's pretty dangerous if there's got a whole army around it. It's going to keep just annihilating them slowly, but 75% resist dark. Not that that matters. Double shield. Doesn't seem too bad. I don't know what evil spirits are. Oh, okay. Stormlock says the spirits are pretty nasty. Yeah, something tells me that would be bad then. Let's see. Wait, there's a Lich guys over here. Fire Lich. Soul Jar. Going back to what Jack 9 said earlier. Here's a Fire Lich. It's got a Soul Jar too. This guy's Fireball does 13 damage, 8 range, 4 radius. That's a really powerful Fireball. He's also got the Eye of Fire. 75 HP and double shield. I feel like whenever you have to come across these kinds of things, you want to get the jump on the biggest thing, just like smash it immediately. I think the gem got stuck in my mind because of the sprite. Oh. Powerful Fireball says the man immune to fire. You know what? You're right. I completely forgot. I think we might be immune to fire. Whether it's a bug or not. We're immune to fire. But what I have to think about, the reason I wasn't too worried about myself, I was more worried about my allies. Oh man. Breathes a cone of storm clouds. More storm drakes. And what are these other things? Green Gorgon. Green Gorgon breath. 5 range. Breathes poison gas, poisoning living enemies. Huh. Well, we don't. Our skeletons wouldn't have to worry about that. Dominated ones and ourselves would. Poison gas kind of sucks. They have 66 HP. Nothing a chain to deadbolt couldn't handle. That's right, Stormlock. Hey, if they didn't want you to be permanently immune to fire, they shouldn't have let enemies be permanently immune to fire either. That's one of the cool things about games like this, which are designed such that, the player is more or less identical to an enemy, as in most roguelikes. So enemies and yourselves can more or less have the same abilities. That's one of the things which also causes design issues, as you can imagine, and balance issues in particular with... you see the same thing in Cogmind, where anytime I design a new weapon or some cool new gear for an enemy, I have to assume that the player can also get a hold of it, and it can be powerful as well in their hands. How's the player going to use this certain thing? So in a very rare cases, in the past couple years, I've started to sometimes make it so the enemy can't drop their ability, or it's built into them, or this was something that was never really planned from the original Cogmind 7 DRL. I didn't want it to be that way. The intent has always been that if the enemy can do it, they can drop something that allows you to also be able to do it. But then there's, it's kind of limiting in terms of design once you've spent enough years on a game and want to keep expanding it. That there's certain things you want the enemy to be able to do that'll be fun and challenging, but if the player gets a hold of it, it's just overpowered or no longer fun. So... A scan cloak, not an item. Yeah, you have your own kinds of cloaking, Vectus. But anyway. Living being problems. Yeah, exactly. Referring to this poison here. I want to be tracker fast. Yeah, that's the trackers are one of the few examples in Cogmind of enemies that use a certain kind of part that you can't use just because they needed it. All right, so let's see. Um, how doable is this map? What do they spawn? It spawns more green gorgons. This map spawns a bunch of green gorgons. They don't seem that bad actually. Green gorgons are okay. I mean, they're just physical damage. Oh, the poison is annoying, but it won't matter to skeletons, assuming we're using skeletons. And Storm Drake's also not too big of a deal, although I'm still pissed that our Death Shock does 37 instead of 38 damage. The Storm Drake's here to remind us of that. Maybe doable with Death Cleave and Death Bolt. Yeah, I think this could be pretty doable with Death Cleave and Death Bolt. Again, we can only do that 4 times. It's kind of limited. Oh, there's 3 types of Gorgons on this map? Are there really? Oh, there's also a giant. Are you kidding me? Look at that, guys. Hit points. Whoa. Yeah, there's the dominate limitation coming into play, right? 396. Oh my god. The most we've ever seen before was like around 100 or something. 396? Whoa. Need a shrine for that Death Shock. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I mean, Death Bolt. We could deal with this guy with Death Bolt. It'd take like 5 or 6 Death Bolts. Oh my gosh. 88 dark damage. Alright, how many of these guys are there? There's 1, 2 of them? The thing is, if we get one on our side with Death Bolt, that's an insanely powerful. Oh, there's also a possessed green Gorgon. On death spawns 3 rot imps. Okay, so yeah, we've seen possessed before, which I missed accidentally. It was like the possessed raven. So possessed things spawn imps when they die. The things doing the possessing. I think it looks like there's only 2 giant green Gorgons. Oh, that's very tempting though to like have a giant green Gorgon skeleton. They'll just like tank everything. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I was remembering that a second ago, Stormlock, about when I asked about the tanky enemies, how big they get. Be glad he's not immune to 4 elements. Oh my gosh. Later on, right? This guy's big. 88 damage. We'd have to hit him with a lot of death bolts, but once you got him, he's pretty good. Could definitely do it. Anyway, let's just look into this level. Plus, also, there's this thing to deal with and that thing, which is honestly more worrisome in the short term, I think. Especially this guy, I guess, huh? Soul Jar. The caster is unkillable. I wonder what does that mean? And does that mean you can reduce them to 1 hit point and that's okay? Does that mean they can't even be hurt? I'm assuming it just means they stay at 1 hit point when you damage them. Also, where is the jar summoned? Is it next to them or is it not next to them? Jack9 says it stays at 1 HP. Good. Can I get a tip on where does the jar appear? Does it appear always next to them, or is it randomly placed on the map? Yeah, I know. I mean, when does it? I know it'll summon it when we start. I mean, where is it gonna place it? The jar can be anywhere? Wait, I just got 2 different answers. So 2 people said it spawns next to him. Vectus said it spawns anywhere. I'm inclined to. Oh, Vectus said I thought it could be anywhere. Vectus, have you played against a Lich before? Oh, okay. Weevow says no, it spawns next to him, but he can walk. Wait, the guy can walk, yeah, but the jar can't walk. Yeah, I would assume it's next to him. That would be kind of crazy if it wasn't, but even if it's... I mean, the fact that he can move means you kind of want to fight him early on. You either want to fight I guess you want to fight a Lich really early or really late. Really early because then you can kill him and his jar when they're next to each other, or really late because wait until you've cleared most of the map and have a lot of allies and other stuff to just overwhelm him. And who cares where the jar is? He's going to die anyway. Oh, you've had Vector says I've had bad experience with liches far away from the jar. It's an unkillable lich halfway across the map from its jar. Yeah, that would suck. I can see liches being seriously nasty for that, but they're cool. I like it. It's a cool design. Maps with teleporting effects can get really annoying. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, it's like the troublers, and I mean, I'm sure you also mean even more than that, but that's what I was always worried about with the troublers teleporting you around randomly. Makes it harder to get places and do things. All right, so I really actually kind of like these guys because I really want to like want to make a giant green Gorgon skeleton, but I'm a little worried about this guy. I guess it'd make sense to drop right in over here. Wait a minute. Can't it just dominate this guy? Is there something stopping me from dominating this lich? I feel like there's nothing stopping me from dominating this lich. He's got 75 HP. You may be able to protect its jar? How would we protect its jar? And yeah, if we protect its jar and it never die, that'd be awesome. Dominate the lich and watch while he destroys the map. This guy would, as long as his jar doesn't go down, yeah. I like that idea. Oh, I guess that would be, that would be super cool if you could like teleport him somewhere else, like so the fighting goes away from his jar or move him. But yeah, I like the idea of dominating this guy. I mean, that's why we got dominate, right? Of course, he's not going to be able to deal with these guys on his own. The giant green Gorgons will annihilate the lich. Oh, what? Looks like a lot of stuff on this map does damage to living things anyway. No jar damage? What do you mean by no jar damage? Stormlock says, last time I played, when you dominate a lich, his jar stays hostile to you, but still keeps him immortal. Whoa, seriously? I guess that should be a bug, maybe? It's gotta be a bug. I mean, it should be. That should be something that could be addressed, or at least it should be addressed design-wise. Oh, I see what you mean, because poison gas won't hurt the jar. Yeah, that's true. But I'm mainly worried about the Gorgons just physical damage. Just the fact that these things do a ton of physical damage as well. The poison gas is kind of secondary. This guy's also immune to poison. So in that case, the main thing to worry about is, yeah, the direct physical damage, and also these guys breathing storm clouds all over the place. The fact that this guy's right next to him is kind of problematic, I guess. He's going to breathe on him immediately if we try to do that. Also, it could be an option to just dominate him later rather than right away. But I don't know. It seems like kind of nice to just dominate him immediately. All right. So, well, that's cool. Also, I gotta remember we also have this Death Cleave and Death Bolt combo now. Which is even better than our Death Shock at the moment. It's just more expensive to use. Oh yeah, and we have sorcery too. Which is very weird. I don't think the player is supposed to be able to get this. Anyway, I think here. So this guy, is he gonna cast Soul Jar immediately? I assume, and that's his turn. Because if so, it seems like we could. Oh, no, I can't do the Death Cleave and Death Bolt at the same turn. It takes 2 turns. I guess that's part of the problem with Death Cleave and Death Bolt. You can't do it immediately. It takes 2 turns. So I was gonna say drop in here. or maybe even drop here. Spend a turn doing Death Cleave, start Death Cleave, and then Death Bolt here. It would kill all this stuff, or a lot of stuff around here. Don't shame our meme spell, guys. Sorcery. All right. Also, there's a lightning circle. Well, do we want to look at the other maps? I guess I should. Oh, actually, let's look. Where does this stuff lead? Another golden stopwatch. A mountain mage. Cool. Cultists. Golden stopwatch. Chaos bell. Wonder what that does. Demon sorcerer. And a whole lot of other different guys. A micro gnome. Look at that little guy. So many fun enemies. Mana healing. What's this one over here? Chaos bell and an earthquake orb. Well, we have plenty of mana potions right now. Although, I'm not sure. A masked wizard. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, there's plenty of places to go. I'm not worried about that. I kind of like this map. It seems like neat because we can take out the lich. Alright, then I'll do that as usual. I want to look at the other maps real quick. What's this Swamp Queen? We can dominate the Swamp Queen. First thing I'll look at now when I look at the boss. Heal ally. 18 heal damage. It's a long cooldown though. Kind of funny to call it heal damage. 1 poison damage, 14 range. Applies poison for 4 turns. The Swamp Queen doesn't seem all that amazing actually. Wait a minute, Mush Bloom, 12 turn cooldown. Summons 5 gray or green Mush Blooms. Oh, okay, never mind. Alright, there's their summoning ability. It's a friggin' Orc Pyromancer, our favorite. Dergar. Short sword, crossbow. Maybe heal damages undead? Yeah, it probably does. That would be funny if it damaged your own undead too. Heal damage reminds you of integer overflow shenanigans in Diablo 2. Dergar are so annoying, are they? I didn't look at them very closely. I thought it was just some regular enemy. 16 range crossbow. It's a 5-turn cooldown though. It's a lot of physical damage at quite a range though. I guess that's the main reason they're annoying. With that ridiculous range. They poke you from everywhere. Yeah, is that? Oh my god, they're Dergar gates. Oh, this map would be so annoying then. It's filled with these guys. But there are only 3 spawners and they're all right down here. So, oh, and remember we have Dominate. And one of the best targets for Dominate is gates. We can actually dominate these gates. Make our own Dergar army. And they'll kill everything. That seems pretty cool too. They're like big kobolds? Yeah, they are. Yeah, that range is amazing. I like the idea of dominating the gates. Oh wait, there's also another gate up here. A Pyromancer gate. Anyway. Seems like an interesting floor. I do like the idea of Lich Friend though. Let's go look at this one real quick. Like a firing range but with crossbows. Crossbow range. Flame Rift. This guy is 20% chance each turn to spawn a fire bomber. Oh whoa, what? These are basically just spawning guys. Well, I don't know what a fire bomber is, but they can't be too bad considering the spawn rate. These guys are interesting. We got a couple wizards in here too. A bone wizard. Summons a bone knight. 24/2. I wonder what a bone knight is exactly. Fire bombers are essentially your allies. They're free real estate. Oh, that's true because we're immune to fire, right? Gonna have to remember that. Polar bear. It's cute. Wait, where's the other mage? Here he is. Frostfire mage. I like his clothing. Good colors. Summon Frostfire Hydra. Whoa. 15 turn cooldown. 5 range. Frostfire protection. Ooh. This guy looks like fun to dominate too. Wow. Gaze of Winter. 18 turn cooldown. Freezes all units in line of sight for 3 turns. Doesn't that freeze you too? All line of sight. This entire map is line of sight. This entire map. This guy can freeze everything on the map for 3 turns. Every 18 turns? Wow. Guy's crazy. What a cold stare. That's right, Jack 9. Huh. That seems really cool. LOS spells can be terrifying? Yeah, seriously. This is an example of why you need to read enemy abilities before walking into your own realm. Yeah, for sure. I mean, gotta read them all. It is really cool indeed. Imagine Pain Mirror on this map. I don't even know what all this stuff does. Mind Vampire. Anyway, this map seems a bit complex. I like this guy. I'd like to get him as a friend. Just because he's cool. But also the map seems more complex. I already looked at the other one for long enough. Maybe we'll go for that one. Lightning. Ruby Heart. Sorcery Circle. Just a healing potion. Gonna never stop doing that. I guess I should tell Dylan about that too. Anyway, this one was Lightning Circle and 2 mana potions. Not seeing many shrines. That's true, there are no shrines, which seem really good, right? Shrines, I guess, can super buff you if they align with what you're doing. If they don't, they're kind of useless, right? In the same way that, I mean, a circle, I guess, is good in almost all cases, but a shrine might not be. I mean, assuming you're gonna actually, yeah, I mean, it's just more likely you'll use a circle. Don't have any SP saved up right now, so it's less valuable at the moment. I mean, what are you thinking? I don't think it should re-roll the portals, because it's not essential. I think it should save re-rolling until there's like no good option at all. Lightning Circle to upgrade Death Shock. How much more are we upgrading with that? Death Shock's fully upgraded. We need Death Cleave is the next one I wanted to upgrade, actually. Or maybe, actually, I don't know. The Gorgon map's worth doing. Double mana pots is always nice. Yeah, this is the one I was gonna go to. Do this one. Double mana potion is good. I mean, we've already got 4, but hey, I'm all up for collecting mana potions. Yeah, we had a circle. We managed to fully upgrade Death Shock almost immediately. So it's super powerful now, but it does require weaker enemies. Like, it's not going to help us much on this map at all, in fact, because all the enemies are too powerful for it. But it's definitely come in handy anytime you got a bunch of weak enemies. Alright, so on this map, how do we want to approach it? Basically, dominate this guy and then start death cleaving, death bolting stuff. Also, there's these green Gorgon gates. Possessed green Gorgon down there. The 2 big ones are here and here. That's only got 2 of them. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Oh, Death Shot can. Oh, I forgot the damage level again. We already upgraded it. Whoops. Yes, lots of damage. All right, Jack 9. See you later. This is probably, we're getting close to the end. Since we've already pretty much thought through this whole section. I'm going to go ahead and finish this map before calling it a day here. We're going to finish this one map and then be done. I got to do stuff this afternoon. I got to work on finishing up any more last-minute fixes and upgrades to the Cogmind X4 build. I'm going to put that out later today, and I'll be streaming it tomorrow. Later, Chris Sandwich. All right, so yeah, X4 stream tomorrow. Us probably, almost certainly. I mean, it's planned, it's scheduled. All right. Okay, so we're gonna do something up here. I'm also tempted to try and take these over quickly. I wonder if it makes sense. I don't want to get hit immediately though. If his jar doesn't get switched by the dominate, then that means it's a lot safer. I don't know if it's his jar resists so fire, because he's going to start shooting fireballs. So I was wondering if it made sense to come up here or come out over here, get these first, maybe even put get a skeleton on our side down here. If you dominate first, his jar will be friendly. Yeah, okay, yeah, good point, good point. I see what you mean, right? So we don't want to dominate immediately. But wait a minute. I don't get it. If his jar is hostile, that means he'll attack his own jar, doesn't it? That changes things. That means we have to get him away from his jar. Yeah, your minions, I mean, even our minions or even him, he'll attack his own jar, which is actually kind of funny. So, yeah. So it seems like we actually want his jar to be friendly. The only reason we don't have a good setup for doing it the other way. Unless, again, we try and do it later. Like, for example, fight him later. Come down, start at the other side of the map. And then once we meet him, then dominate him. By then, he'll be far away from his jar. And the jar will probably be safer. But no, whatever's coming out of these will take it out. He can't hurt his jar, it's dark immune. Oh. Was he going to keep attacking his jar then? Not sure if it's fire immune though. I forget what kind of lich I stole. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Let's just take this as... I think I want to start up here. Dominate both gates. I don't want enemies to get too close though. I'm kind of worried about the storm drake. Maybe... Probably fire immune too, or he'd fireball it by accident. That makes sense. That's true. And actually, we've got to remember, I'm immune to this guy's fireballs, but not his death touch. He's also got Eye of Fire. Man, this guy's going to be pretty powerful. Dominate range is 5. If I stand here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Can I get both of them if I stand here? Kind of want to stand within sight of him. Eye of Fire not showing damage type might be a bug. Oh. Yeah, what's up with that? You're right. That does seem like an oversight. Again, it's probably a typo, because these are written out. They're not actually drawing on game data, as we've seen before. I'm going to make a note. Oh, a lot of skills don't show damage types, typos. Alright. Oh, wait, one other thing. You have to read the message log to verify damage type. Makes sense. If it's missing from there. Alright. Sorry, one second. Okay. Okay, so I think if I stand here, he'll... I'm not too worried about him hurting me, that's for sure. Trying to maximize potential here. I kind of want him to be out in the open a little bit more, but then I don't want him to take a lot of damage either. And I also want these. If I stand here, the range, I'm not quite sure of the range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we within range of these or not? Is it always using taxi cab? I should have guessed. Alright, what's this guy? I gotta find somebody else. Another range guy here. 7 range. That's closed. I'm trying to find out how the ranges work. Because it's really nice how you can preview ranges, but one of the things you can't do is preview ranges from other locations, which when you're planning, which is one of the reasons that I built Cogmind's new ruler feature, so that you can do just that. You can find ranges from other locations. Like this here says 7 range, but it can hit this right here. It's not only taxi cab then. Well, of course it's not. It would be diagonal. I mean, it would be even more diamond shaped in that case. No, it's some other kind of weird range. All right, so if I stand here, I'm still not completely sure if I can hit that or not, which is a bit of an issue. Maybe I'll have to step 1 space down first then, just to be safe. Alright, so we'll spawn here, dominate both of these, and then dominate that guy. Well, first we might actually hit him with Death Bolt, but he's not going to be close enough. Well, we'll figure it out. Oh, the other thing is this guy can actually... See, look at that range, the way it goes around the corner, to the top, to the northeast there. Because as was mentioned before, they can fire... they will fire to hit around corners, which is pretty cool. I mean, I don't worry about that, I guess, because we're firing in, but... Anyway. Maybe in that case... Okay, I'm going to start right... Wait, okay, before I click on that, wait, one more thing to do. Where are the spawners? Other spawners. There's one down here, one up here. Okay, that's good. I'm going to get 2 of them. Also, what do rot imps do? Anyway, they can't be that bad. Firelich uses soul jar. There is his little jar thing. It's resist poison. Oh, rot is bad. I forgot to now. Oh. Yeah, these guys drop rot imps. Now you guys tell me. Max... Wait, what? They do max HP reduction? Oh, well, I mean, I'm not too worried about that. I'm not going to let them get near me, but there are a number of rot imps that are going to spawn out here. This thing is not actually resistant. First of all, this only has 6 HP. That's not a whole lot. But the other thing is, it's not. It's actually not resistant to fire, which means this guy can totally blast his own. In fact, if I possess him, if I dominate him now, he's going to immediately destroy his own jar, which would be kind of unfortunate. I mean, it's still useful, but it would be unfortunate. It's definitely pretty fragile. I mean, I guess it makes sense that it's fragile. I mean, otherwise these guys would be insane. It's more about the location of the jar on the map and making sure that you can get it and him within a reasonable time, as opposed to the jar itself being like really hard to kill or something. Its location. So, yeah, this thing's gonna get blown up really fast. As soon as if we turn him, he's gonna start shooting fireballs and it's gonna die right away. So, he is resistant to fire, so he's not gonna get hurt too much, and he's double shield. If I go here, I don't know if I can get him right away, but I also got to get this guy. Maybe I'll wait for him to come over here. I guess I could wait for him. I just don't want to get stuck in a corner here without a whole lot of ways to get out. Maybe I'll just wait where I am now. And wait for him to come over. Oh, he's going to shoot me, though. He's not going to come over here. I forgot. He can hit me where he is now, so he doesn't have to move this way. That's not going to work. The only way that would work is if I would move. It was smarter and move down, spawn down here, but I didn't know it would be happening. Well, even then, it wouldn't matter too much, because then he'd just move one space to the east, and then he could hit me by firing down this corridor. It's true he does have the cooldown. So it's not a big deal. Alright, if I step over here, the problem is I think I have to move 2 spaces in order to be able to get that. How many of these? 8-7 turns. Alright. Could move over to here. I have to move 2 turns before I can get to him. Shoot. Alright, no, unless he's going to approach like he is. Then I can do it immediately. Go Lich. Now he's sitting in a storm. It's true though, they hit me with the fireball, so he can't do that anymore. Now it's going to have an eye going. Or 13 physical damage. Maybe it's time to just death cleave everything over there. Get ready for death cleaving. That is effective. Death Bolt does 97 damage. Every single cascade increased by 1. Yeah, that's the first thing I checked, Stormlock. That increased its damage. This thing's going to be doing so much damage later. That is a good combo. Wicked. Very wicked. Alright. Our friendly Lich only took 1 shield damage and he's still in good shape. Excellent. We have like a whole bunch of friendlies over there now. Alright, we have Death Cleave 1. Oh, so wait a minute. Death Cleave does actually the 2 turns count in full. Okay, I thought that by the 2 turn duration it would have counted the cast turn as well, because I've seen that with one of the other effects before, is that it actually included the turn, but that was when it was cast on an enemy, I guess, which is why it went down immediately. It's the EM damage of Rift Wizard, lots of fun, but sure to be nerfed soon. Death Cleave, yes. Alright, so yeah, oh, and Death Bolt too, if you get it right away from the beginning, I love letting that stack. That is just so powerful. Very effective. I wonder, now I'm starting to wonder about the other, like, early game spells that you can also upgrade. Whether if they're at all as effective in their own ways. Not, raw damage-wise or making allies-wise. But the fact that you can kill powerful stuff and raise it as an ally with this one spell. Whew, I love it. But I mean, the enemies are tough too, right? It's not like it's a cakewalk. We're only not even halfway through the game yet. Of course, this is the first run. Death Cleave. All right, so we have 1 turn left in Death Cleave, which means I need to use it. Ideally, should use it. Don't wait. Oh, I can cleave. Unfortunately, this guy's too far away. I was really hoping that I could cleave down this entire corridor. This guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, is out of range. Our Death Cleave is only 4 tiles. Unfortunately, we're going to have to cleave this group. No, wait, there's only 1 guy over here. Alright, never mind, we can cleave this Storm Drake and it'll get at least, it'll go to this guy. We'll get 2 guys, that's it. But it's better than 1 guy. Can you cast Death Shock there? Oh, we can cast Death Shock South. Does that? How does that? What does that even matter though with Death Cleave? Wait, what is? Oh, the difference, right? The difference. I forgot. This is also raising things. Okay, okay. So with Death Shock, we can. Our range is far enough. I mean, we can cast it here, and it'll kill everything as well, and raise them. So actually, a Death Shock plus Death Cleave. It's kind of weird. Mixing Death Shock and Death Cleave, they both chain. Anyway, let's see what happens. Might split and go left too. I have no idea. We'll find out what happens. So we're gonna cast a Death Shock with Death Cleave on. Okay, and it killed a lot of stuff. It didn't raise them though. Oh, also, I see, never mind. Okay, I forgot the text. Whenever a spell you cast kills its primary target. So in other words, the Death Cleave did not really benefit. I mean, sorry, the Death Shock didn't benefit from the Death Cleave. It did kill the imps. That was a good result. But yeah, it can't actually really be combined. It's mainly our Death Cleave is mainly useful with Death Bolt, it seems. Our skeletons, Gorgon skeletons, are getting zapped. Our friendly Lich, his shield's gone, but he's still not in terrible shape. Gonna start dying in a second though, slowly. All right, I think we're good. There's also those evil spirits. We got to find out what's up with them. I want to go west, but I can't do that until all these things are gone. There's one more Storm Drake coming from the south. I'm gonna move straight west. I'm gonna wait one turn. And let's move out. Friendly Lich is being attacked. He's got 46 left. Our Green Gorgon, very similar stats. Looks like he's probably gonna die. But now we're making friendly Gorgons there to the east. Hey, Icebox. Death Cleave and Death Shock. Death Cleave and Death Shock doesn't... It was hard to tell, but I don't think it really worked. I mean, it didn't raise anything, so the Death Cleave wasn't helping at all. I think it was just Death Shock. I can't... If you're wondering... I mean... I don't think it really did any help. I think it recast twice on each kill. Did it? I mean, we couldn't tell anyway. We wouldn't be able to tell. So, I don't know. It's the messages are gone now, so it's only one turn anyway, but there would have been details there. Death Bolt this guy so he stops. Oh, it's time. It's time to face off against the giant green Gorgon. What is the giant green Gorgon doing? He's gonna kill everyone over there. It should zap everything over here, but there's two giants. Also, still gotta take care of this thing. It'd be really nice if our Lich just kind of like hang back. Actually, wait a minute. Where does Jar go? Oh, never mind. It's dead. He can't. He just hasn't recasted it yet, but it got destroyed earlier. Makes sense. Well, I can cast Death Shock all the way over there. That would mostly leave the other stuff. still a number of these left. These do what? Removes 1 max HP from the target. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. But they only have 12 HP. 3 dark damage at 4 range. It's kind of annoying. Oh, wait. Oh, it's at 4 range that they can do that. Ooh. That's really nasty. Let me get rid of them fast. Perfect. They're all dead. All that's left now is these giant guys who are going to be really annoying to take out. It's Lich versus Giant Gorgon. They're still sitting in these lightning clouds. He killed our Lich. Alright, what does our Death Bolt do now? 98 damage. Alright, what does this guy do? 14. He's going to bring this guy down within owning range. Alright, I'm not going to attack him then. I'm just going to move for 1 space. We now have a skeletal giant green Gorgon with 400 hit points. The other one is down to 300. We have a friendly one, deadly one. What's this one doing here? Yeah, 400 HP is pretty sweet. Guy's got 181 left. I could get another one. Wait a minute, where's the other guy? Oh, here he is. Or I could just wait until he brings him down. That would damage our guys, though. I could attack this guy twice. If you only had a word of undeath, double that a few times and see what HP cap is. Our guy goes 13 physical. Alright, we now have 2 400 HP guys. Well, one's down to 300 now, but... And a whole army. Gonna have to take out this box of woe. Which is gonna be a little problem. 2 damage. Enemy units within a 9 tile radius. I think I'll let our friends go kill that. Our Gorgons aren't gonna have a problem with it. But I kinda gotta hang out here. Wait, what hurt me earlier? Got hurt by something. I'm poisoned. What am I poisoned by? What poisoned me? Something blew on me earlier? Crap. I didn't notice that, yeah. I must have gotten hit by poison at one point. Too much stuff going on. Alright, anyway. Huh. Breathes poison gas, because, oh, it's 5 range. I thought it was a cone, no. Maybe it wasn't a cone. I had assumed it was a cone and I wasn't being attacked. And so I would have seen it earlier, but yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Alright, anyway. So there's 2 enemies down here, a third one just spawned, and then there's this guy. I guess I should go take out the spawner instead, not worry about the new stuff. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Alright, maybe the enemy's smart. I stepped out of the way to avoid that, and then I came back on the last turn. I just got poisoned for 15. I guess it was because they didn't attack me because these guys are right next to each other, and they have 100% resist poison. Anyway, whatever. Now I'm poisoned again. I didn't mean to do that. The box of woe is being attacked. Okay, what do evil spirits do? Sorrow. 24 out of 24. 1 dark damage melee, but ice bolt, 6 ice damage at 4 range, and they can randomly teleport, and they're resistant against a fair number of things. They don't seem that bad, but that's sorrow. Maybe the others are worse. Pain. I see. Just slightly different resists and abilities. And death. Okay, not terrible. I don't think it's something. Oh, we have a skeletal giant gorgon over there. Gonna crush them. Sit here, poison. These guys not getting. Oh, these guys are resistant to physical. Great. All our guys do physical damage, don't they? Great. Okay. Looks like we're gonna have to finish this. Would have been nice if we still had a caster. Actually, wait. Oh, they're resistant to poison too, I'm sure. Yep, resistant to poison. Alright, we're gonna have to deal with these guys ourselves. Which means we need somewhere in the open to do it. 4 range. Death Shock should be able to kill these guys. Got him. Nice. Didn't even have to use a mana potion yet. We've got 6 of them now. Now we're getting obviously really close where we need to use one. Plus we have 0 dominate left. That worked pretty well. Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see our Lich totally own the map, but not being owned by the Lich is a big plus, right? And he obviously helped for a little bit up there in the corner, but no, Lich did not own. All right, so and we now have 3 SP again. I'm not feeling like we're gonna need to spend it immediately, but we still haven't checked out what sorcery does. Hey, wait a minute. Sorcery got moved to the bottom of the list on its own. It was above Death Cleave earlier. It got moved. Interesting. Just been taking a few notes now since there's things to report to the developer. Anyway, yes, the Lich got what he deserved. Anyway, well, it was definitely helpful there. Alright, so yeah, next time we'll be like Demon Sorcerer. We'll be checking out what's on the next floors. I'm not going to do what I did last time, though, and spend all the time going in. But man, that was a lot of fun. Still haven't finished my first run. Obviously helpful. Thanks a lot for the chat providing play advice and going over the mechanics. You know, some of you have done stuff that we don't have to experiment on. We did some experiments, certainly the first day. But even now, even with experienced people in chat, there's still things we don't know about mechanics and whether or not something would definitely work one way or another. I mean, part of that is also early access. Things can be in flux and things do change regarding mechanics. But yeah, it's a lot of complex interactions going on. So anyway, yeah. Thanks everyone for stopping by. It was a fun stream. I had a lot of fun continuing Rift Wizard. Unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, I have to stream Cogmind tomorrow. We're going to start a run in that. And so I'm not sure when I'll be able to stream this. I guess it might not be this week then, because 3 streams in 1 week is kind of crazy. I got other stuff to do. So I might have to wait until next week before we get to see where this goes. We've actually did fewer realms this time than last time. I guess they are a little more challenging and they get more and more complex as we go if we're going to really work through it all. Plus we spent even more time, I guess, looking at some of the lists of spells outside our area. Last time we focused more on dark only, but now we're starting to branch out a little bit. So anyway, yeah, Cogmind stream tomorrow. If you're interested in Cogmind, we'll see you there. We're going to be playing a new release, talking about that development, and looking at some of the new features. So until then,